What is up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. I'm Brea Thorn. Happy to have you guys here. This is a historic occasion for this little channel because a long time ago, back when we first were in the first dozen or so episodes of SI Weekly, we talked about a little company called Build Redux. Now, Build Redux, if you've never heard of them, they're a company that is actually a part of Digital Storm, or they're a sub-brand of Digital Storm, basically. I'm sure there's proper terminology for that, and I'm sure that I'm not saying it correctly. Let's continue anyway. So we talked about Build Redux, and during the shortages, during the hardest time when it was impossible to find parts for it, GPUs and a lot of SIs had lead times of 2 months, 6, 8 weeks, and even longer than that sometimes. Build Redux, there was a time where they were kind of one of the only companies you could go with that could get you a PC in a reasonable amount of time. So that's who we're going to be looking at today. We're going to be unboxing a PC from them, and it's going to be super awesome. So I'm so glad you're here. Thank you guys for being here with me for this. And if you watched my video on Wednesday, that was it published Wednesday? Yes, it was published Wednesday. If you watched the video on Wednesday, and you saw me go over their website, their configurator, all those things, and point out some of the things that I thought could be changed. I do that a lot, but in this case, I had already spoken with with Build Redux. I had already spoken with Build Redux about these changes I was suggesting, and they're already in the works. As a matter of fact, some of them are already live on the site, and the others are already being worked on. So it's really, really nice when that happens because we're not a huge channel here, but we are kind of the only channel that talks about pre-builts in this way. So it kind of exclusively covers pre-builts. So it is really nice to get that kind of responsiveness, and it's not just always about numbers, though we are creeping up to 34K on subscribers, which is awesome and really exciting. And for those of you who are part of that, thank you very much for subscribing to the YouTube channel. And for those of you here watching on Twitch, thank you guys for being here too. So let's see what's going on in chat right now. There's less going on in Twitch chat, so let me go ahead and say hi there. Queso Goblin says hi. Hi. Triple B, Bears Beats and Battlestars. Oh snap, here we go, baby. Indeed. Coggle, what's going on? And let's see. Good evening to you as well. High Power Danny, what's up? How are you? Very rocking a classy drip. I am feeling a little official here. I'm actually not too sure about the design that I have on this because the white sort of stroke on the letters is a little bit distracting, I think. So I might actually change the design. For any of you who are looking for a polo with a purple B on it with yellow stripes, a redesign is in order. But I do really like it. It's actually quite comfortable too. But let's see what's going on over in YouTube chat. What's going on, everybody? I see Jeff's Trains here, Steve, Sailor X, Alice Duck, how are you? Contrast 101, what's going on? And Steve, I appreciate you being here. I know it's pretty late over there, over in Scotland. And Crash was here earlier. Sorry you're not able to be here, Crash. I hope that you have a good evening, having a meeting at the local brewery. That sounds lovely. And Defiant, NXX Defiant, coming in to leave a like earlier. Guys, if you're in the YouTube chat and you feel like it, you want more people to come in and hang out while we do this, drop a like. The algorithm might be like, I'll recommend this to more people. Of course, this is the stream, the live stream version, and there will be an edited version to create a much shorter review video. Now, let me just finish saying hi to everybody, and we'll get into the topic of reviews. What's up, Nate's Gaming? Dude Max, how you doing? Contrast 101 actually said in YouTube chat, I just put in actually take off the. Sorry guys, I know I like showing Twitch chat on the screen, but I do need to take it off of there. And for people in YouTube chat, it's like, why isn't he showing us on screen? It's because Twitch doesn't allow YouTube chat or any other services chats to be shown on the Twitch stream. It's part of their multi-streaming policy. But yeah, sorry for hiding you guys. Hate to do that. What's up, J Square? Welcome. But Contrast 101 saying, I put in an order on a Build Redux PC, so hoping for good stuff here. Same here, absolutely. We have almost 100% positive feedback on Build Redux in our SI testimonials group of channels on the Discord. And if you're looking for a pre-built PC and you want that little extra nudge, that little extra bit of knowledge, knowing that people are reporting, it's first-party reporting from community members who have bought PCs, saying what their experiences are like, that is the SI testimonials part of the Discord. And you can join using the link in the description if you're in YouTube chat. And if you're in Twitch chat, well, I'll help you out. It's just !D, and that'll come up. Only, one person needs to do it. We don't need everybody doing it. There you go. And that's the link to the Swarm Discord. So, but yeah, we'll see how it turns out. And let's see. Just hanging out for a while. All good. Did that poor guy in Singapore get help with his PC buying on last stream? It's kind of funny seeing Brace stumped. I don't often like that, but it does happen. Singapore is sort of outside the scope of my experience when it comes to helping people find pre-built PCs or parts lists, things like parts lists are easier because then you just order the parts from wherever you can. But when someone wants a reputable system integrator and it's in a country that I'm completely unfamiliar with, at least as far as the industry there for SIs, it's hard to say what I can even do. At that point, if they basically, when their turn came up, I called for them and they weren't there. Had they been there, I basically would have been like, where do you buy stuff? Is there a version of Amazon for you guys? Cool. We're going to see what's on that site. And we would have probably gone that route, even though you guys know that's not my main, that's not one of my preferred options. I don't generally go through third-party resellers. I prefer that you guys go directly to the source, directly through the system integrator. Even if it means it takes a little longer, you're buying the PC from the people who built it. So you can often get better deals that way. What's up, Northern Lights Custom PC and Service? Welcome. Happy to have you here. Let's see. And Craig saying hit that like button. Thank you, Craig. I'm seeing all those green names over there on YouTube chat. Those are members. I appreciate you guys for being members of the YouTube channel. Thank you very, very much. Whether it was gifted to you or whether you chose it for yourself, I still appreciate the support, however it happened. Consider the like drop, my friend. Thank you, Gotham Guy. What's up, S550 Mustang? How are you? Glad to see you. And my headphones just went silent on me. This thing might not have charged properly, unfortunately. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Okay, it just turned off. That's interesting. Yeah, I think that's low. I'm gonna have to lose the earbuds basically and let that charge. What's up, Igor? Thank you for dropping the 2 tier 1 subs, gifting 2 tier 1 subs to the community. That's a tier 1 sub for Wheelie Mans and Floaty Corn. How's it going, Igor? How are you? I'm just happy to have all of you guys here. Thank you guys so much for coming in. It means a lot to me. And these are always fun. If you've never been to one of these are a really good time. We basically get to, let me tell you how this works and my overall feelings when it comes to reviews and unboxings and stuff. After I move this first. And also for those of you who like to have the music in the background, sorry, that's not a thing during these. I guess actually I could be playing music because I am recording directly into my audio interface. So let's get some music going. Why not? Let's do that. Of course, you guys know what I play. Much as I enjoy, I do like stream beats a lot, and that's what I use for the longest time. But during these, I actually use backingtrack.gg in case you're curious, and it is free to use in your content, in your streams, and listen to. And that's at backingtrack.gg. Go check them out. They're also on YouTube Music and Apple Music and Spotify and all that stuff. Okay. Wheelie Man said, not new to your content, love your work, saving hardcore for a sweet setup. Awesome. Yeah, it looks like this is not gonna be it right now. This ain't gonna work. So I'm gonna go ahead and plug this thing in to charge longer. It was charging and then it decided it wasn't. Alexander PCs did a Legionnaire build today. It was pretty awesome to watch. I missed that. Man, I wish I'd seen that. Okay, we'll go ahead and have fun with PC Brain Night, everyone, and catch the ball when I get off. You got it, Igor. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you as always. Hope we get to hang out again soon. Maybe, I don't know if I'm going to go to DreamHack this year because it's right before Computex, and the whole goal is for us to go to Computex this year, so we'll see. But yeah, it'd be cool. It'd be really cool to hang out with you guys again, especially in the LAN. That'd be really cool. Do Bray own music? I mean, like my music? I did do that the other night. That was on Tuesday night. That was when we had someone in who was part of a raid, and they were talking about music, and I was like, you know, I used to talk about music production, which I used to do, amateur music production. Are we going to get a Brayathorn rant tonight? I hope not, Northern Lights, because that would mean that something is terribly wrong with the PC. So, but you guys know I do try to be fair. Now, here's the lowdown on the PC itself. It was sent to me for the purpose of review. I do not get to keep it. I do have to send it back, and no money changed hands. This is not a sponsored stream, nor will the review video be a sponsored review. That's not actually a thing. It's an oxymoron. Reviews, anything sponsored cannot be a review. I am not. This is just us seeing what the experience is like when you get yourself a Build Redux PC. What is the unboxing experience like? How is everything packed? Is it packed really safely? You know, are there instructions on how to get started included there? Just things like that. And then we're going to see certain things like we're going to make sure XMP is active and going. We're going to make sure that there's not a bunch of bloatware. We're going to see how the PC runs and see that it's adequately cooled. We're not going to be really doing a ton of benchmarks, so we are going to be doing stress tests. Benchmarks for hardware are not really what pre-built reviews should be about in my mind, because hardware has already been benchmarked and tested, and whether it's running properly and being cooled properly in the system is all that matters to me when it comes to a pre-build. And if you're just curious as to what something like a, I don't know, just throwing these out there, 7800X and a 4070 Ti Super is going to run like when you're playing blank game, I promise you, if you search that on Google, somebody ran those tests already. Of course, frames per second, things like that, those are going to be variable based on, I don't know, how many Google tabs, Chrome tabs you have open, things like that. Things like that, you can tank your own FPS very easily. So don't look for that really, but just whether it runs adequately, whether it's cooled properly, things like that that's what we're looking at when we're reviewing a PC, a pre-built PC. You know, it's hard to look at one PC and say, I can totally recommend this company all the time. It's one computer, which is an amalgamation of many components, which any of them can go bad. And it's one person from that company who built it, and maybe they were having a bad day. Things like that can happen. So we're gonna see what we see when we open this thing up. And we do always kind of take it with a grain of salt. We see this as one computer from a company that sells many, many computers. That is why I've placed so much importance on the SI testimonials in the Discord, because that is first-party reporting from you guys, saying what your actual experience was like. And if we get enough of those, we have actual data that we can start to parse and share and say, hey, overall, you know, 83% of the people that bought from this company were happy. That's pretty good. The failure rate for their PCs going out there, it's not too bad, yada yada, that kind of stuff. Hey, this person actually had a problem. How was it handled? They said it was handled really well. So those kinds of things are what we're looking for in the long run. So, okay, I instantly pinned your SoundCloud to my home screen. Very talented man. Oh, thank you. There's 3 songs there. 2 of them are were works in progress, and then one of them that is there's one track on there that I would say, yes, this is a good song. But even then, the mixing and mastering is terrible. But thank you. You know what I'll probably do, Triple B, I'll probably set it to where the the tracks are downloadable, so you can download them. If that's something you would want to do, so that, you know, if you're out and about, you want to listen to it. I planned to do that a long time ago, and I never did. Jasmine Devine, welcome. How are you? Paulo says, can they sell as new after you already got it shipped and opened? What they might do is make this into a review unit, pretty much. I actually never really look into that. That's the thing. When you think about it, one of the reasons, like whenever we review, there's certain companies where when I review a PC from them, they're just like, okay, you can keep that, give it away, do whatever. We do giveaways, things like that. But some of those companies are like, we don't want to ship it multiple times because that's shipping and it could get messed up. Also, they probably can't sell it as new. Just little concerns like that. But I do understand when a company's first working with me and they're like, we're not investing an entire computer into this. And in some ways, it makes it a little easier for me, because I can very clearly tell people who are doubters, like, hey, I ain't keeping this thing. We're just opening it. We're checking out what the build quality is like. We're seeing them in their best case scenario, basically. That's what happens when a company knows they're sending a system to you. You should be getting the best quality that they're capable of, and we acknowledge that that's what we should be getting. We're not saying this was a secret shopper thing, which only does you so much good when you consider that there are so many variables in every PC you could potentially buy. We don't tell ourselves like, oh, this is completely going to tell us whether we should buy from them or not. So anyways, we can go ahead and get started after I hydrate a little bit. But honestly, yes, please. All right, I'll go do that. It would not be the same without a rant. I'm glad you guys like those. I am glad you guys like those. It's they are cathartic. I'll say that. It's cathartic. I need to make like a vertical version of this, because that's bothering me. Speaking of that picture there, that's my desktop background. Pre-built rebuild. The system that is going to be the baseline system for pre-built rebuild. That's what I was waiting on to get into production for that new series. It's shipped out. It's going to be arriving sometime next week, and we're going to be unboxing it next Friday. Please be here for that. And I'm trying to do that one starting at 6 p.m. We're going to be running more tests on that one than normal, because we're going to use those numbers during that testing to do a sort of before and after throughout the series, or at least at the very end of the series, kind of showing what some of the changes we made throughout pre-built rebuild have resulted in terms of a difference in performance of thermals. So here we go. We've got it right here. Let me actually take this little sticker off. That was a little surprise right there. Inspect that. Make sure there's no other stickers that I'm missing. Let me actually check something really quick. I'd ask for a little piece of info, but that's okay. Unfortunately, I don't have a link to send you guys to a system that is spec'd out exactly like this. But I mean, when we do the final video, the actual edited review for this, using this footage and doing montage and all that fun stuff, I'll be sure to have a link for it at that point. Okay. We have our information. Nice. So what I was looking for was the price of the system. Now this system, for those of you who are wondering, is coming in at $25.95, $2,595, and that is after taxes. Before taxes, it's $23.78. So we'll go with the $23.78. That's the price for this, and there you have it. Taxes are total out to $217 in taxes. That's quite a bit. We're gonna go ahead. This is my little homemade Lazy Susan there. We're gonna move that. Let's go ahead and get this box up here. It is a little dusty for some reason. Maybe this side is better. Maybe this is the thumbnail. There you go. They don't happen by accident, okay? Thumbnails are a thing that we pursue, that we make ourselves. Okay, so one weird thing about this box. Okay, first off, I don't think that this is double boxed, which is something that, let me snooze the ad over here real quick. Okay. First off, I don't think that this is double boxed. I don't see how it could be, but it might be. We'll see in a bit. But one really weird thing. Let me see if you guys can spot it. Did you catch it? What the heck? This is very confusing. Why this? Why is this a thing? Why didn't they put the cutout? Oh, music is a bit loud. Oh, good. That might be you feeling that way, because this is where I usually have the volume at. But also, my microphone was a little bit quiet there. So, yeah. That's probably because my microphone was quiet, not because the music was quiet. So, let's just... All right. Check, check, check. Okay, I'm also under a fan, so I have to have my noise gate. But yeah, what's the deal with the one handle in here? What is the deal with this? Why not have that on both sides? Like, there's no cutout for this. There is no cutout for that. I do not understand, and I'm a little bit concerned as to how this came to be. Either way. Also, I put drawers into my my build table, which is really nice. But yeah, the guy delivering it was like, things only got one handle on it. I don't know what's going on. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of weird. I will say it is a nice box. It's quite nice. Nothing crazy, but pretty nice. Oh my God, YouTube, stop telling me to insert ads. I won't do it. We do have a, oh, I gotta snooze it again. We have a Twitch ad trying to sneak its way in. And I don't have as much control over that as I do with YouTube, but let's get this thing opened up. Let's go over to the top-down camera here and see what we see. What's the first thing that's there? Okay, let's turn that around. All right, sure. There's my face. There we go. So right off the bat, you see a QR code for a quick start guide. But one of my favorite things, look at this. Notice, do not throw away box and foam. Please keep all packaging material in case of future service requests. Replacement packaging will be an extra cost. Thank you, Build Redux. Nobody else has this on their box. That is major points for them in my book, because that is something I always say. And it's on both sides here. This side too, though you can't see it. I will say I do usually like a printed guide more, but this does save paper, which is always a good thing. Okay, so we are not double boxed. I will say that's a bit of a disappointment. Just one extra cardboard box around it can be a lifesaver when it comes to things that pierce your box as it's being shipped. That actually can make all the difference in the world. Let's lower this down actually. So where they lose points there, though, they do gain points back with this closed cell, very, very durable foam. This is the kind of foam you want. This kind of foam here, when you look at your typical styrofoam that you get with some cases, like how Lean Lee inexplicably uses the cheap styrofoam in their sort of middle and budget cases, but they use this kind of stuff with their high-end cases. It's not inexplicable. It's very understandable, I guess, but I don't like it. That kind of styrofoam, the really cheap stuff, is only rated for one impact pretty much. So after that, it's trash. And it is a kind of trash that is going to be around for a very long time after we are. This stuff is good pretty much forever for keeping your PC safe. So you keep this, you keep the box, and anything for your PC, like whatever's in this box here that you don't immediately need, put it in the box, put the foam in the box, stuff like that. Keep it all together, make a space for it, and whenever you need to move from one apartment to another or something like that, or you need to store it, maybe you're you're military and you're going on tour or something like that, you want to safely store your PC while you're gone, or if you need to send it back, as I mentioned on the flap there, for an RMA. You want to have your original packaging, especially if it's as nice as this. Good job, Build Redux. See what's in the box. What's in the box? Okay, so we do have a printed quick start guide. Nice fake out. They had me there with the QR code. Let's take a quick look at this. Whoop. Okay, so that is one page. So the system overview is actually, let me actually turn up there we go. ND filter there. So the system overview is actually inaccurate because it's showing the TD500 mesh. I'll let you make of that what you will. So you have actual steps here, or not steps. You have everything listed here and numbered on there. It shows you where everything is at, and that's very good for people who are not familiar with PCs. Then you have your foam removal for the Instapack that's inside the PC, protecting the components. And it tells you to undo the side panel screws. That's how it would be on a TD500. We'll see what it's like on, well, you'll see. Carefully remove, it says carefully remove the protective foam from the system, and they're right. If you yank it out of there, you could loosen cables or unplug them altogether, little delicate cables from the motherboard. Do you disconnect your power button cable, then good luck getting that connected if you've never done it before. And then inspect all cables prior to turning on the system. Well, that's what they want. That's what we'll do. You got it. To make sure none were disconnected in shipping or while removing the protective foam, as I mentioned. Okay, and what have we talked about here? If you've watched either of my setting up your new PC videos, you connect your display not to the motherboard, but to the GPU. Good to see that. And connecting your peripherals. It just gives you a walkthrough on setting up your PC. They're trying to put me out of a job. That's what that is. Connecting your Wi-Fi adapter. So this should have a Wi-Fi adapter for the motherboard, or it'll have a PCIe Wi-Fi card right there. But it shows you that you need to connect your antenna for your Wi-Fi. Funny thing is, I had given a PC to a dear friend of mine. His daughter had her Sweet 16. And just she's awesome and really deserved it. And I really wanted to do that nice thing for them. And they were, you know, it was great. It was really great. And then I got a text about a week later or a month later. I'm not sure when it was, but they were like, hey, Bluetooth isn't working. I was like, did you connect the antennas? It was the rear antennas, just the ones that sort of bend, you know, and he had connected one of them, not both. So the antenna that's for your Wi-Fi is also for your Bluetooth. Keep that in mind. Powering on your system. There you go. There's that. This is a great little guide. I got to say, I do really like that. And then we have all of the stuff from here. I love to see this. This is great to see. This is the focus, please. There we go. This is the socket cover for the motherboard. So if you need to, like, if you're just RMAing the part, just RMAing your motherboard, you need this. You want to put this on there to protect the pins. This, let me back this out a little bit. I will say that this concerns me. I don't like this. I don't like it when RGB is controlled in this way. It should be either the buttons on the case or through motherboard software or some other software. Not a fan of this, and I'm not looking forward to finding out how that's utilized. Looks like we have the adapter for our, obviously, NVIDIA GPU, so there's that. Good to have. These are great to see. This is what I want to see from every SI that uses modular power supplies. But these are all the modular cables for the power supply. If you're going to sell your PC to somebody else, you need to include this. There's our power cable, though we already have one set up, so I'm not going to need that. This is all the stuff from the motherboard. And it looks as though they include a recovery USB drive in a not single-use plastic bag. Thank you for that. Yeah, look at that. Can we focus, please? There we go. There's your recovery USB drive. This right here must help them a lot when it comes to something like a catastrophic OS failure for a tech support call. So this is the kind of stuff, you do not lose this. Don't just toss this stuff away or put it away where you'll never find it. You keep it all with the stuff for your system. This is interesting. This looks like an SSD mount. So they have it off of the case, so you can mount your SSD on here, and then this will slot into the case with these two tabs, and then you screw it in with this thumb screw. But they took it out of the case, so I guess you could get started that way. And then we don't have the nice antenna where it's a long cable with the sort of miniature coax connections. It's these ones that just stick off the back. These aren't my favorite but this is not Build Redux's fault. This is just part of the motherboard that they used. These are not my favorite because there can be a lot of interference from the PC itself if your router is on the wrong side of it, basically, if that's where the signal's coming from. Motherboard screws, all that stuff right there. And also for the cooler as well, which we'll take a look at. All packed into one reusable bag. Looks like we know what kind of memory we're using. Kingston Fury, very cool. And we have a couple of those. And a very tiny, very, very tiny little book. This is the tiniest little book for your warranty and installation guide from Kingston. Glad they're using Kingston, though. Very reliable stuff, particularly with AMD. But we'll talk about the RAM when we get to that. And then a couple books here. Graphics card quick install guide from NVIDIA. Further proof of what kind of GPU we're using. MSI, so we know what kind of motherboard it is. Quick installation guide. Regulatory notices for the EU. Very useful for me to have that, I guess. And this is an M.2 screw, but it's not the typical one. It's one of those little plastic pivoting bits. That's something that MSI uses on their mid-range motherboards and their entry-level motherboards. There you go. That's what's in the box. I guess we'll keep this out. I am not Too happy to see it. TBH. Oh, don't lose that. I was almost not putting that back in the box. There was one time where I was like at I was at an event and I was giving somebody a motherboard that I'd sent it, like it belonged to the editor for the channel, Mr. Cuddles, and he was bringing it back because I sent him an upgrade, so he was bringing that back when he came down for TwitchCon 2022. I ended up giving that motherboard to somebody else, and I think I was asking around to, like, I think was it Intel or AMD, but either way I was asking around to see if I could get a socket cover for it. Was it that, or was it for the CPU, a little thing? I don't know whether those little things that protect those really delicate parts, don't lose those. I guess we'll pull the little tab on that. Oh well. Okay, so let's back out to here. Hey, Braithorn, just hanging out before I have to go to sleep. Got to go to work tomorrow. Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate you coming in. Glad you enjoy hanging out. Still got both my boxes for the two 970 Strix cards. I believe these boxes are over 10 years old. No kidding. Why do modern motherboards still have the VGA port? Most don't. NanoClavo. They don't. There are some very, very budget ones that will have, like, VGA or DVI, but they're very few and very far between. What's up, Dozilla? How are you? Keith Brewer, what's going on? Secondhand Truth, how are you? Says, who throws away boxes? Yeah. Braden East, excited to see this review. I have a Build Redux PC sitting in my cart waiting to pull the trigger on it. Awesome. Sorry I'm falling behind on chat. That's how these usually go. Build Redux, love their ads. I haven't seen any of their ads, actually, personally. But as long as they're not cringe, I don't like some, man. Whenever I started talking to Meta, I sort of went over, like, how I didn't like their advertisements before, but they're better now. I like them now. Let's see. What's up, G Code? How's it going? Welcome. So this is how we. Am I at the right? Okay, this is right one. So the way that I do this, and some of you have seen me do this many times. So when you open your box, usually you'll have the two handles. For some reason, this box only has one handle thing on the side. That's the side, excuse me, that's the side that you want pointing up. So in order to get this out of here safely, what I'll do is you'll usually do this like on the floor or something. You don't have to do it on a desk like I'm doing it, but that's just part of me displaying what I'm doing and showing you guys how to do it. Is I have to do it a little higher up than I would recommend you do it. What am I doing? This is why I have drawers. So you hold down the flaps on one side here. Well, really just this one's important, but can help sort of keep everything contained if you hold both. And then you will start to tilt it over and lay it on that side flap there. Slide that over a little more. And then while sort of supporting this so it doesn't start to slide out too soon, continue to hold this back. And then you can use your body to hold this flap on this side back right here. That's when it's easier on a table, is when you're doing it like this, but still. And then we just flip the whole thing over. Now, if at this point you have a lot of trouble lifting up the box, you can cut the tape here. I like to keep the original tape as intact as possible, though. But sometimes there's like suction when you try to do this. Now, it might seem odd that I'm going over how to unbox your piece, how to take it out of there safely so much, but you'd be surprised. Many people have told me that they're nervous to do this. So just feeling this, it feels like this is the back of the PC. And it feels like this side is the bottom. So we'll then lift up. Here, let me lift this up now. Oh my gosh. My LTT water bottle is floating. So we will then lift up one side and pull out the foam from under it. Toss that in the box there. And then do the same thing on the other side. Now, of course, I always like to see these protective sort of bags over it. It's kind of fabric stuff. Keep this with your original box as well. It really does help keep dust off of your system. Okay, looks like this is stuck under here. There we go. So then we will pull this. Huh. I found a tiny zip tie. Don't know what the story is with that, but it was in here, basically. Interesting. All right. That's not the best way to do that. It's just the way I did it right now. There we go. Okay. And our foam, the baggie, all that stuff goes right back into the box. Okay, let's get the lazy Susan back over here. I don't know what the deal is with this one little zip tie here. It's just bizarre. It just sort of fell out of there. I guess we're not going to need this for a little while. And there it is. Can we focus on my face? Thank you. All right. How's the mic sound, by the way? Everything sounding good? PC go wee, says Jasmine. Okay, so this is obviously not a Cooler Master TD500 mesh. For years since they started, that was the only case that you could get for your Build Redux PC. Cooler Master TD500 mesh. I would say so many times, like, just at that case, like, have at least one more option. Like, the TD500 comes in white. Like, offer that. That's there's, you know, good 30-40% of people looking for a PC have said they want it in white, at least in my experience. Like, but instead they have a totally new case, and this does follow the trend of the aquarium style PC. So let's take a look at some of the outside things we're looking at here. And this is very interesting when talking about the I/O. Huh. I'm not sure how I feel about this. So this is the top of the case, and you can't see my face at all. Let's do this. So looking at the top of the case, this is the front panel I/O. You call it front panel I/O, but it's on the top here. I'm noticing two odd things here, okay? First off, normally you'll see two USB 3.0 ports. That's very normal. But for a long time now, they have not been including USB 3.0 ports, and instead you'll see a USB Type-C, and that is not here. That's very unfortunate, actually, because that's something that more and more devices are coming with USB-C to USB-C cables, and that would be really good to see, but no. Not there. Now, on the back here, continuing looking at the top, there's a little tab. It just says pull. So let's do that. And that is a filter. Well, this might be a little weird for you guys to hear. Well, not if you're not new here, but I don't recommend you leave this on your PC. Because typically, you're going to have top exhaust. And a fine mesh filter up there is going to just keep dust in your system if there's any dust in that air. My recommendation is to have it as free-flowing as possible by not having that there. But I gotta say, I'm a little weirded out by the airflow on top of this case. Now, this case is not one that I had seen before. Let me see if I can remember what it's called. Okay, so this is the Prism case. It's from through another partner. Keeters is the name of the manufacturer. It looks like Kedr. Kedirs. Kedirs? Kedirs. Prism. So, very interesting. But what I'm not liking here is that there's so much grill here. And usually what you'll have is you'll have your fan mounting, and then you'll have an opening here to make sure it's not impeding any airflow. But it looks like they have this here, and I have no idea why. Kind of odd. But that will already somewhat impede your airflow, so take this off, put it in the original box for the PC, or what you can do, if you want, you could even put this on the inside of the panel, but there you go. That didn't go nowhere. Keep it there in case you need it. So let's continue to look around the case here. So it looks like this is taped up, so I'm gonna have to take that off, but it's taped over the peel. So guess what? We have to peel this early. Let's go ahead and do that. See that? That is a nice peel, I gotta say. Quite nice. So that part is done. Okay, we can see the Instapack in there doing its thing. Now, another thing that we generally like to see here is this. There it is this right here. This is a sticker that's supposed to keep you from plugging your monitor cable into the motherboard. And instead you plug it into the GPU right here. Okay. I don't know if I like the kind of sticker this is. These type usually don't come off easy, and they'll usually leave some residue, but we'll see. We'll see. Let me go ahead and try to remove that. Braithorn Lily OX something looks like that, but doesn't have the top USB ports, etc. Shock and Awe says, I got a Build Redux a couple years ago. Love it. Nice to hear that. Oh, 2 months ago, it took about 15 days. I'm extremely pleased. It's running great. I would recommend. Very cool. Yeah, I think a lot of people will miss the fact that they do have this case available. But this is not, actually, in a way, this is not just us reviewing Build Redux. We're also reviewing this case, because it's not one that I'd encountered in any other circumstance. Okay, they passed the test. No residue. And that's what that looks like in case you're here. You know, in case you're curious as to what it says. Here you go. If I cover my face, now you can read it. Notice, connect your display to the dedicated graphics card. Yeah. Okay, so how does this open? Okay, so what you have down here, you have this little indentation here. You get your fingers under there, and you just swing it open. Let's see if this comes up easily. It does. Look at that. Very nice. Love to see that. Where does this go? Do you lean it against your couch or your desk on the floor so that your cat can knock it over? Do you put it anywhere precarious? No. It goes in the box, at least for now. You drop a panel like that on its corner and it will explode. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead. Now, one thing about Instapack, if you're thinking that you might eventually have to put it back in here, these things can be really, it can be almost indecipherable how they went in originally. Snap a quick picture of how these are. Maybe get yourself a Sharpie or something and mark, 1 and then 2 or something like that as you take them out. So you know the order. I thankfully am recording this, so I will know exactly what this looks like as I take it out. That is really in there. Which is good. This is really sandwiching. This is supporting the GPU very, very well. There we go. I needed to push it down in the back a little bit to get it out. And there it is. Where does it go? In the box. Oops. Okay, so that went in like that, basically. And what came off was this, which is something that just keeps these tubes together. There you go. So, there it is. I want to point something out to you guys real quick. And this is kind of silly. And if you watched the video on Wednesday, you probably already heard my commentary on this. But I'm going to show you guys the thumbnail that I made for this. Nice looking pump head. Yeah, it's good. And CPU block looks good. That looks, I mean, it's a Cooler Master one, right? I mean, that's, I think, unless that's a deep cool, it looks kind of like the deep cool shape. But it has Cooler Master fans on it. But okay, we'll see. Anyway, let me see if I can bring up so this is the, oh, that's going to be the wrong one. I didn't change that yet, did I? So this is the thumbnail that I made, right? I'm still showing, hold on, let me, sorry, I got to hide you guys again. Okay, so this is the thumbnail that I made for the stream. I'm blocking my face, obviously, but if you look here, there's something a little odd about this, and I mentioned this in the video. These fans, as they're pictured, are set to intake. Little weird. Especially, I mean, if you look at the system here, which I'll show you in a second, they're properly set to exhaust. That's what you want. But it's interesting, at the very least. It's interesting to see that. But just wanted to point that out really quick. It's not a big deal, obviously. But the thing is, this picture is the one I got off of their website for the PC that I was showing in the video. But if you look at these, I'll tilt this back briefly. You can see the pretty side of the fan, meaning that these are set to exhaust. And on the side here, you see the not pretty side of the fan. That means these are set to intake, which is what we want. Now, interestingly enough, this is, I mean, we've seen something very similar to this. Okay, I'm not going to lie. This case does feel a bit derivative. Okay. In that it has almost the appearance of a dual chamber case where it shows off all the components, but you still have a PSU basement here. It's not dual chambered, so it's not especially wide. Okay, hey, look at you guys. There you are. So it's not especially wide because of that, but I will say it is a bit derivative. Also, I don't really like the fact that they have a label in the case. I'll show you what I mean. If you look at this, there's a label right there, extremely visible. Why is this here, Build Redux? Why put that there? Put it on the back of the case or something, or on the bottom. This makes no sense. I mean, I guess if they needed to know their serial number or their order number or something like that, whatever, unit number, in a pinch to get tech support, it's convenient, but at least make it better looking or something. Like the printer here is even running out of ink. This is not, I think, a good look. I would not recommend this. Yeah, just put it back here somewhere, like there or whatever. Oh, I was also going to say the intake right here. This is for the side intake fans. It's looking a bit. I mean, basically, it's not just the mesh on the steel. Instead of putting a really fine mesh on the steel with like 50-50 porosity or something, they have a mesh filter in there, and then you have these slots here, and it's okay, I guess. We'll see how the thermal performance is before we make any big judgments there. Now, going back to the front here, yeah, it's about $2,300. We'll talk about the components here in a bit. It's a pretty fair price for what you're getting. One thing that I would say, and you guys might disagree with me on this. Feel free to do so in chat if you feel that way. But I'm not sure that I like the fact that the GP was plugged in with the 12-volt high power cable here, while before they put in the Instapack, which expands and puts pressure on things to keep them in place. I would worry about that connector on there, but it is very sturdy and like it's not coming out. But I would probably disconnect it and have it down there and instruct your customers to then plug it in. and to do it very well. But we know the story of 12-volt high-power cables now, that improper installation of them, improperly plugging them in, is what led to them melting on 4090s. So I can see why it's okay to have it on there already. It's just it was smushing this down that whole time. It kind of makes a good case for the BTF GPUs that Asus is doing, where the motherboard provides the 12-volt high-power connection, basically. But yeah, it looks pretty clean here. The I guess the 24-pin cable here is kind of bunched up a little bit, but it's just the way the cables look. There are no extensions on these or anything to pretty it up. There's an interesting thing right here. There's a thumb screw, some kind of panel there. I'm curious. I want to open that now. It's just a little tight. The thumb screw's a bit tight, so it's kind of hard to open it up with my forefinger and thumb here. What is that? It kind of pops up. And there's a tab that holds in the back. What is that for? That is genuinely weird. I have no idea what that's for. It looks like this would be, like if this had a mesh front panel, it looks like it would be for like a 360 rad to fit vertically, but that already fits right here. So I have no idea. I'll try to put that back in. There's not just a hole here. It's, I was wondering if the case was just going to be kind of weird. And in a way, I was hoping it would be. Because that could be fun, you know? Okay, let's put that back on. Now, there are a couple mysteries when it comes to Build Redux, and this is part of what I was critiquing in the configurator. Part of what I had an issue with is that we don't know the brand of M.2 drives that they're using, and the specs that they're listing are pretty unfortunate, actually. They're not very fast. It's PCIe Gen 3, and that's the only option. But I have heard back from them that they are currently looking for they're going with their vendor, they're speaking with their vendor right now to find an option that's going to be a good option that's not going to force them to like overcharge their customers, but is going to give them a higher performance drive. But we don't know what kind of drive that is, so we're going to find out. Also, same thing with the power supply. The power supply, it does seem more up to date. It has native ATX 3.0 12-volt high power connector and all that. But we don't know the manufacturer, we don't know the brand. We can't check where it stands on the PSU Cultist tier list. We've got none of that info, so we're going to find out. But I suppose it's time to go ahead and tell you guys what the specs on this thing are. So what we're working with here is a 7800X 3D. So obviously that means it's a pure gaming computer. That's the purpose of this, is a gaming PC. And then we have, unless I'm mistaken, this is a 4070 Ti Super. And that's what earlier on I was like, oh, if you had these parts, yes. I knew what was in the box already, of course. This has a 2 terabyte drive, and we're going to see whatever brand that is, you know, and what the model of the drive is and everything, the SKU, I should say. And there's 32 gigs of DDR5, and I believe it's 5200, so it's not very fast. And that means it's also not ideal for Zen 4 or Ryzen 7000 series processors. AMD was pretty vocal about the fact that DDR5 6000, preferably CL30, is going to be the sweet spot for Ryzen 7000 series. The frequency is kind of the more important bit of that. I know latency is important in gaming, yes, but the frequency is how you achieve one-to-one synchronization and one-to-one memory synchronization, and that's what's important here. So, do you come off? Does the front panel come off? There might be some screws in the side here. We're going to find out. So that's the overall specs that we have here, and it's an MSI motherboard. It's not one of their really high-end ones, but it's not the like bargain basement cheap one either. It's one little step up above that. There is it's fortunate, it's not a bad thing. There is a front panel USB Type-C connector, and it's crazy to think that a case in 2024 doesn't have a front panel USB Type-C. That's kind of nuts. if I'm being honest, which I generally am. But let's take a look at how the cable management looks, shall we? Oh, you know, they do have this sticker here. Was I just ignoring that? What the heck? Why is it inside? Why is it on top of the PSU shroud? This is ugly. I don't like that. Also, it seems like there's actually a little bit of airflow under here. There's a little venting right here, and I'll see if I can point it out to you guys on the top down. Just right here. You know what? How about this? You guys see that? How it's shining through? So there's a little ventilation to get a little bit of fresh air to the GPU, I guess. But when you think about it, that's not filtered for dust. So, it's an interesting choice, for sure. It's not the first time I've seen a case like that. But yeah, let's take a little peek at our cable management. Yep. They probably asked people to tilt the PC on its back so it's not easily reachable anymore. I don't know. Secret emergency stash, I guess. Okay, Twin Taco. Maybe. So this side panel here is just held on with a couple thumb screws. This one was actually not completely tightened when I first took the PC out. I did take note of that, but it's not a big deal. Okay, all right. Where does that go? I put it in the box. And the big reveal. I gotta say, that's some damn fine cable management. Look at that hub, though. This hub is crazy. It has a switch on it. This PCB has a switch on it. Okay, we need to put this thing on its face so I can show you guys what I'm talking about. How can I get a good grip on that? There we go. Also, I don't see any screws here keeping this front panel on. I think it might just be permanent. I don't think you can remove the front glass. Yeah, I just want to show you guys this. There's a switch here. What is that for? It's on and off. So, okay, for those of you out there who want a stealthy PC, you can literally switch off the RGB, I guess. Because that says on and off. That is all it says. This is powered by SATA. You see a little SATA power connector down here. And then you have your PWM for making the fan spin, and then all of these look like proprietary. Wait, PWM CPU RGB4. So that's PWM right there. Okay, I know that there's a name for this kind of RGB that clicks in. It looks a little difficult to remove without a little tool, but this looks like it would stick in there really well, which is great because the standard RGB connectors on a motherboard, just the 4 leads that come out and then just go into 4 holes or whatever, it's not the best for staying connected, if we're being honest. Laster says, I'm looking sporty in the polo tonight. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm going to redesign the logo on there, though, the embroidery. It looks a little messy. There's at least one more sticker just like that already on another location of the case. Yes, that's probably when I was pointing the one out on the inside. But looking at the rest of the cable management, though, it's looking pretty damn good, honestly. So you have your 24 pin here, and this is all done with zip ties, which I've done before, and that's perfectly fine. Looks like the case provides some plastic tabs to sort of shove your cables into. They don't feel very pliable, but I'm guessing once your cables are in there, it's fine. These are all the front panel connectors here, coming down and then going to their respective places. And here's why that one thing was in the box, is because they remove one of the places where you can mount an SSD, a SATA SSD, in order to put the fan hub here. Because the other one goes right here. You can see the 2 slots for it here, and then the screw point for the thumb screw. So you're losing one of the places you could mount a 2.5-inch SSD, unfortunately, if that's something that you would need. Most people do not need that kind of storage unless you're into content creation or something that requires a lot of storage that's not quite as fast as an M.2 drive. If you look in the bottom here, there is a place where you can likely mount 2 3.5-inch mechanical hard drives as well, or additional SSDs, very likely, at least one on the top there. Yeah, and that's just held in with thumb screws. So in order to get them on there, you would remove the 2 thumb screws here, slot it out, and then put your drives on it, slot it back in, and run your cables to it. It would be good. What I would probably recommend to Build Redux would be if you guys pre-ran a SATA power and a SATA data cable to one of these, because some people who are upgrading their PCs to a new one might have all their stuff on something like a SATA drive, a SATA SSD. So that would give them somewhere where they don't have to mess with your cable management here. I will say that this is all a bit tight, which if anything shifts around too much, that could damage it. And everything is kind of bundled up a bit down here. And I still have no idea what kind of power supply this is. And finding out is going to be a pain in the butt. Oh well. But there's a lot of room down here, I'll say that. This is weird. This is really weird. What is the purpose of that? I don't know how I would show you guys, but there seems to be some kind of mounting behind the front glass for something, and I have no idea what that is. And that's likely why there was that panel on the PSU shroud for no reason. I don't know. Thank you, Laster. Appreciate that. Yeah, guys, hit that like button if you feel like it. Is it for motherboard sync? It just says on and off, Northern Lights. It says on and off, literally. Is there a discussion as to whether a 7800X 3D and a 4070 Ti could do 4K? Because it definitely can. The thumbnail pic also shows 360 AIO. It's just the picture they had of their system. It's just the picture of a system. I hadn't taken it out of the box yet. I do that live specifically so that you guys can see the whole experience. Whoa, hold up, I missed something. Gesso Goblin, I hope you're still here. But I had accidentally blocked this. Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub, I appreciate it. Game on TTV says, kind of looks like a hot box. I don't know about that, because even though, like, this shouldn't be covered right here. There is zero reason to have all this metal here. Zero reason. I will say that there is more SATA drive mounting here, but who in their right mind would block their intake fans with SATA drives? This should be open, aside from the mounting points for the fans. I don't like that. I think that that's a waste. Like, why do you have cables here? Why do you have a cable opening right there? I guess for an EATX motherboard, but they don't have it here. This is weird. This is a weird case. There are tie-down points for zip ties along this side here. I'm guessing that's where originally they had the front panel connectors. It's a really weird case. Yeah, a lot of the airflow seems to be blocked by these. Now, thankfully, the 7800X 3D, it will self-regulate to keep its temperature to around 80 to 85 degrees. It won't go up to 95 like most Zen 4 CPUs that are non-X3D, you know. But that's still, in order to self-regulate, it will lower power draw and frequency. So if you don't have adequate cooling, you're leaving performance on the table, regardless. So if we're hitting consistently 85 degrees or whatever, don't think that it's, oh wow, that cooler's really working. It's throttling itself on purpose. That's how CPUs work now. That's how they do their thing. But this is just weird. The way that, like, because these are 120 millimeter fans, this is the edge of the fan here. Look at how much of that intake is blocked. Like on all of these, there's not even any opening, like at all. It looks like these are for like 90 millimeter fans. Yeah. So far, not really digging the case, and it's that. It's like, out of all the cases you guys could have gone with, this would have stopped me. Like the fact that the fans are all the way over here, right? And it's just blocked. And there's so much grill here for no reason. That would have stopped me. I would not have liked that. And it's the same thing with the exhaust on the top. Okay? Look at that. It's a damn shame. That's a lot of coverage. Huh. Okay. Well, either way, we shall forge on. We shall forge ahead. Either way, it's okay. And if anything, it'll show itself in the numbers, okay? That's what'll happen. Aesthetically, it's a really nice case. It really is. Let's take a look at the cable management on the inside, on the front, I should say. Sorry, that shaking stops after a second. Okay. So you see what I'm talking about? How like the 24 pin looks like it's just kind of bunched up right there. That's a product of the case and how short it is front to back. The cable inlet here is being pushed in by this 120 millimeter fan. The one thing that I mentioned in the video was I was suggesting to, you know what, let me get a closer view of my face actually. 1 second. 1 second, guys. Let me do this real quick. That, and this is just gonna take a second. Okay, and nope, not that one. Oh, well, not much I can do about that, is there? Let's go back to the filter real quick. Sorry. Is acting really weird. Okay, sure. All right. So, really? Seriously? Why am I getting this? Best and cheapest viewers. Oh boy, I can't wait. Okay. 7800X3D isn't going to hit thermal throttle doing gaming. That's true, Ruutu. But if you're concerned about the longevity of your components, you should cool them properly, regardless. I don't like the idea, like if that's the case, why use a 7800X3D at all? What if someone wants this system to do extremely high refresh rate 1080p gaming for esports, like professional esports? They could easily put that 7800X3D in higher temperatures. There's never an excuse for improper cooling. If you're going to build a PC with certain parts, cool those parts. That's it. Okay, so looking in here, I've seen this motherboard before. It's okay. It's fine as far as motherboards go. We're going to take a look at what drive is under that heat spreader there for the M.2 drive. Okay. I should change this to manual focus on the top-down camera. Okay, we're going to be careful with those screws. We don't want to lose that. So this is the MSI Pro B650-P Wi-Fi. That's the motherboard we've got here. It does have Wi-Fi included. It should be Wi-Fi 6E at this point. I believe it is. Okay, so we're checking here real quick that this is, yes, they did take the little plastic off of this, so that's good. And what we're seeing down there, come on, stop hogging the spotlight. There we go. That is a Kingston NV2. Not what I was expecting at all. So this actually doesn't match the specs that are listed on the website when you're looking for the info on the M.2 drives available in 1 and 2 terabytes. Let me look that up real quick so I can share with you what that shows. Okay. So, when we're looking at drives that are available, okay, on each of these is a little info guy right there. Okay, I don't want special offers, thank you. And the specs that are listed are PCI Express 3.0 X4. The NV2 is PCI Express Gen 4, actually. And for the max sequential read, up to 2400 megabytes per second. The Kingston NV2 is up to 3500 megabytes per second. And the max sequential write is also incorrect. It says up to 1750. I believe it's up 3500 on the NV2. I would have to double check that. But this does not match this doesn't match what was sent to me. So I'm very, very confused. Not sure how to feel about that. I was not expecting this. And I've seen, look, the NV2 is a good drive. It is. If you're looking for one that has onboard DRAM, this ain't it. It does not have that. It has HMB, which instead of using DRAM on the M.2 drive, it will use system memory, which is actually, I mean, it's helpful to have really, really nice, fast memory in that case. And now I'm curious as to what actual memory we got in the system, because if we look at the memory option, as I was mentioning to you guys before, what it shows is not... This is one thing that they did. If you're on an Intel system, it will now allow you to choose between DDR4 or DDR5 memory. And I think that's a really good move. But if we click on what this kit should ostensibly be, because it is a 32 gig kit, yes, okay, thank you. This is just showing DDR5 5200 cast latency. It shows 1.5 somehow, and I don't know how that is. That would be a miracle, actually, because generally it's going to be 30 to 40, somewhere between 30 and 40. And yeah, DDR5 5200. So that's definitely not the fastest memory on the block. So if your storage is relying on that because it uses HMB, which uses system memory instead of onboard DRAM, that can also affect that. So there you go. That's another note for you. You say this was 2 terabytes. I did, and it is. It is a 2 terabyte drive. That's what is part of this this build. Let me go back to this before I switch over, before I show that. But I just wanted to share that with you guys. That's a little weird, and I'm a little curious now as to how that came to pass. This could be part of their effort to look for new drives to use. if they're going to do that, if you guys are going to have a default drive, I don't know that I would suggest you make the tiny step up from 2400 megabytes per second to 3500 megabytes per second. Make a step, buy in huge bulk some faster drives with DRAM on board and higher speeds. It's just, even if it's something like an SN770 or something, where it's, you know, something over 5000 megabyte per second read speeds, sequential read speeds, with DRAM included, all that stuff, pretty well proven drives, something like that. It could be mid-tier Gen 4, not entry-level Gen 4 if you guys are doing that. But yeah, but now I'm curious about the memory too. I don't know what kind of RAM is in here now. Color me intrigued. Also, I want to note that there is a, I'll show you guys in a top down here in a bit. Once I put this back on here, which I'm going to go ahead and do. And yeah, they did remove the little plastic that usually comes on the thermal pad that helps to keep this cool and transfer heat. Curiouser and curiouser. Let's see how this turns out. I am leaning towards not being a big fan of the case because of how they designed the fan mounting. Like on the side intake, it makes 0 sense. I don't like the way they did that. It does not look like it was made to hold 120mm fans, and they just like modified their tooling a little bit instead of creating new tooling from a case that was previously front intake in order to get this appearance. That's the impression that I'm getting. And it's kind of what you're going to get sometimes when you go with the manufacturer nobody has heard of. They're going to do things nobody has seen in order to save money that they feel like they should be saving on their tooling to keep up with trends and whatnot. But yeah. Now, looking down here again, I finally gave in. It says, did you turn it on before you started taking it apart? Actually, I did not, and I'm not taking it apart. I haven't unplugged a single component. The only thing I've done is remove the heat spreader from the M.2 drive. Like, we're okay. As a matter of fact, part of the instructions for setting up your PC is to open it up and make sure that's what, from the instructions that Build Redux sent along with the PC. Open it up, make sure all your connectors are solid on there before you power it on. We're just following instructions. So anyways, getting back in here. Yeah, so you see I've put the heat spreader back on there. I'm going to say I'm not a huge fan of the way that they routed the cables for this. It's just kind of everywhere. Like here, it's over the mounting for the CPU block. And here it kind of tucks under. And it's just kind of tight going around it. And then it all kind of just goes up here. So if we look, there's sort of a random network of just cables there. None of them zip tied together or anything. But it's also not the worst I've seen. So there is that. I just don't really like how it's done. Like that, there's this slack here, and this could be pretty easily managed. If you don't wind it around, you can actually just run it to the back where the other cables are and just have a little bit come out to where it needs to plug in. It's kind of how I do it. It just takes extra time, and time is not always on your side when you're shipping out a whole lot of PCs. But everything else seems nice and tight on here. It's a shame about the front panel USB-C header there that's not going to be used. I do have an answer for that if y'all will give me a second. Why are you loose? Okay, so if we look at the bottom here, underneath the GPU hogging the spotlight again, there's a loose front panel connector here, and that is your reset switch. So there's no active reset switch on here. They probably instead assigned that to the RGB. Fair enough. Really tempted to pull out this RAM, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not unseating anything until we power this thing on. But yeah, I was going to point this out earlier. But if you look right here and here and here, these screws are holding in a GPU support bracket. These aren't the most effective kind. They just hold the back of the GPU, but any support is usually welcome. And that's great that they take the extra time to do that. All right, I think I've seen everything I need to see. They did connect both of the 8-pin EPS CPU power connectors there. You don't need to connect both, usually. One of them is going to be able to carry a ton of power. Just checking if these are loose, as they stated they would like me to do. And they feel... These are really easy to get wrong. These are really easy to not plug in all the way. But it feels like they're all the way in there. Okay, well, they had this tucked towards... I don't know what they want me to do with this. I don't know how they want this to look. Okay, right now it's just covering that. It could go to the bottom. That's probably how most people would do it. But they... Before, because of the... they had it towards the top when they had the Instapack in there. But these do pivot right here, so I would just push that to the bottom right there like that. There you go. I think that looks pretty clean. But you see what I'm talking about, the wires? Like, that's just... Yeah. Also, is that just dust on the... That's just some dust on the CPU block. Okay. All right. That's fine. Dust is not a big deal. I'm not going to be here with a little Swiffer just cleaning that up. It doesn't matter to me. But okay. We have our... Up here in the top corner, I can zoom out a little bit. Up here in the top corner, we have an RGB connector there. It is well seated. We have, looks like the AIO pump connector there and CPU fan connector there, hopefully controlling these two fans right here. And in the bottom, we have a USB 3.0 connector for the front panel. Don't like the way it's kind of going across there. It could have come out from the bottom here. If there, well, there's only one. No, it could not have because the connector blocks that. So it could not have done that. So you guys did it right. Then we have our front panel audio. And I will say it's kind of cool to have separate headphone and microphone jack on there. Most headsets that have a combined jack will come with a splitter to connect to this. But not every case that has a mixed headphone, a combined headphone and microphone jack comes with a splitter the other way. So it depends on the headset you use. But okay, I'm satisfied. Everything looks pretty good, other than the way they set up their intake and exhaust and stuff. Not a fan of that. Don't like it, but it's what we've got, so it's what we're gonna test. Sound good? Let's get this thing powered on. I mean, it's all, you know, all things considered, it's a pretty good looking case. It's just, you can see behind the fans that there's just no opening. There's very little opening there for air to get through. So we're gonna see how it performs. I'll stop judging before we test it. Maybe it tests amazingly. I mean, look at this. This is pretty restrictive looking. And you have a magnetic mesh here as well, like we did on the top, which I did remove. You know what? I got to test it the way they sent it. I got to put this back on the top in order to test it properly. Also, 7800X 3D is a fairly, I mean, it's technically mid-range, but it's very high-end in terms of you know, the performance it can give in gaming. Would have been cool to see a 360 for that, but a 240 should be fine because of the CPU will thermally limit itself. We'll see how that goes. It's a case I would like to build in, but as a pre-built, it looks pretty at least. I would not want to build in this. There are too many weaknesses already built into it in terms of airflow. I don't like that. You know, the way that they, yeah, it's just really weird. I'm not kidding about that. It's just odd the way that it looks like they, and this is an assumption on my part, it appears as though they reused tooling in order to get this kind of case to sort of match up with what the market likes. Also, this is not very thick glass. Let me see if I got my calipers nearby. What did I do with those? Are they out in the workshop? Might be in the workshop. It feels like max 3 millimeters, but probably 2. It feels very thin, like really, really thin. Another tip for any case manufacturers doing something like this: make one of these posts a little bit longer, preferably the one on the top. So you line up one, then you can line up the other instead of freaking out trying to line up both of them at once. Believe it or not, I mean, like, far be it for me to ever think that I could tell Kelt Reeves how to design a case. But when I suggested that to him, he was like, oh, our builders would love that. So I think they were going to implement that for the Talon. I'm not sure. There it is. Did we find out what case they were using? Yeah, it's a Prism case from some company called... it's called a Prism, apparently. And I've never heard of the company before, but apparently it's called... the company's called Kadiers? It looks like a lot of their cases are a bit of a... They're kind of knockoff cases, in a way, where they borrow designs. Knockoff is a derogatory term in a way, but they seem to be borrowing some designs. Kadiers? Maybe it's French? I don't know. Man, my camera thing is messed up since I changed it around. Let me just adjust that really quick. I think if I get rid of this, that should help. And then reduce the zoom a bit so that I can move this back up. There we go. That looks better. Yeah, but this is it. This is their site. And, you know, we know that what this looks like, right? Am I right? Okay. We know what this looks like. Okay. We know what this looks like. Pretty sure they didn't design the Antec torque, but okay. And another looks like it would be a dual chamber case, but it's not. It's interesting. Yeah, this is the company that made this, apparently. I've seen this. I saw, I think, Greg Salazar do a build in this case, and it was crazy. Yeah, Greg did a build on that case, and it is nuts. That, I think, is an original design for them. I have no idea. But where I don't see the case in question. I don't see it here. I don't even see the case. So, whatever. Weird. What's up, Alucard? How's it going? No Type-C kills it for me. Couldn't use that case. Well, let me see if I can find this. If you guys give me a second, I'll find it. I had it here. Somewhere. Well, essentially, it's like the cable that you would have on a front panel USB-C header, but it's a cable by itself going to a USB-C port on a PCIe bracket, and those are like 20 bucks. One reason it actually bothers me is that you only have so many connectors to your motherboard, only so many ways to connect to your system, and not using that USB-C header is wasting one of the fastest options you have for devices like USB-C hubs or any really fast storage, like say this guy right here that I'm going to be using later, like this. That right there is a USB Type-C M.2 enclosure. See that? And you can get nearly full read-write speeds out of this thing if you have an adequate connection, which we lose one of those with this case. There are other cases like that, though. There are more cases like that. This is not the only one. But we're going to go ahead and get it plugged in, turn down the lights, power it on. We'll at least see what it looks like. And I hope, beyond hope, that I do not have to touch this thing any more than I already have. This should not be a part of your PC experience. I feel. It's my opinion. Okay? There's way too many interfaces and options that have different actual RGB controllers with different options to control your RGB. I don't think that should be one of them. That is way too easy to lose, and it's flimsy, and I don't like it. There's another little warning sticker here. Attention. It just says, attention, remove internal foam before turning on PC. But that's where your power plug goes. And if you don't pay attention to that, you might be like, how do I plug it in? Oh, that's how. There you go. You're welcome. Now all panels are back on, so any thermal testing should be accurate. Oh, I didn't show you guys the rear I/O, by the way, on this motherboard. I shall show you briefly. There you go. It's not the... Okay, all right, let's take a second to show you this. Hold on. There we go. Let's go back to this. There is your front, your rear I/O. Okay, so there was already. I just took this out of the GPU. There's these little things that plug into your video outputs to sort of protect them, and they already had the HDMI one up here. I think that's a good idea because it'll keep people from using that. I'll go ahead and put that DisplayPort one I just took out up there as well. We have 2.5 gig Ethernet, 3 USB Type A's that are 10 gigabit per second. We have one Type C that is 20 gigabit per second right there. 4 5 gigabit per second USB 3.0s, and then you have Wi-Fi 6E right there, and of course all your audio ports right there. Plus you have a flash BIOS button right there, so the motherboard does have the ability to flash to a new BIOS without any kind of need for CPU, RAM. It's a nice feature to have. I also want to point out that this case does feature vertical GPU mounting astonishingly close to the glass, like right up on it. I would not use that, but it's there. If you want it, it is there. Also, what is this about? Hold on, move this around. Like, what are you for? What is this for? What is your purpose? It looks like some kind of like tension latch thing. Man, I don't know. It is a really weird case. In a way that's entertaining and a bit endearing, but like, I just have no clue what that part was for. Okay, Heaters is not a bad company. The amount of fans you get is not bad in their cases. Well, I think they swapped these out for all these Cooler Master fans, so... Also, they are definitely copying designs. So this is your bottom filter, and it removes from the back. God, that is very restricted. That is pretty restricted. You have this mesh, and then these slots, and then whatever's covered on your power supply fan. But still, it looks like we have a high power supply. High power being, I'm not sure if they're an OEM, but essentially you might call them generic, but it's, I think they're one of those brands that manufactures power supplies for the brand names, and also they make their own. I like that this has a sturdy plastic frame for the mesh right there, but I don't like that it slides out from the back. Be nice if it slid out from the sides. Why are there these indentations here? I have no... There's just... Oh, that's to bring up the power supply. It sort of supports it. Okay. I've seen worse filters, for sure. But, like, you don't have to turn this thing on its side to take the filter out, but you do need to pull it forward so you have enough room to pull it out. Well, I've seen worse. Anyways, those are two things I wanted to make sure I covered, and I had forgotten to so far. What's up, Hayden? How's it going? Okay. Also, you guys have seen me flip this thing all around and about, so we know that there are no loose screws in this. The only thing that we ran into, which was weird, was that when I opened that cover bag on it, that this fell out for some reason. And I have no idea where this tiny little zip tie came from or why it was in there, but that's what happened. It's fine. Nothing dangerous about that. That's non-conductive, so... And it wasn't inside the PC, apparently. All right, now it's time to see how this thing looks. We'll see if Build Redux did their homework and set everything to purple for me on the RGB. It's not a requirement, obviously, but yeah, oh well. And let me get some of these lights off. Turn them off, and... Is that GPU Lian Li sag bracket I see there? It looks like it is, yes. And I did point that out at some point. That was way back when. Looks like a beefy case. Yeah, unfortunately, everything in front of the fans is beefy, so yeah, it's not super great for that airflow, as far as I can tell. We'll see what the numbers say when we're actually testing it. been. Okay. I'm just getting into my lights here so I can turn them off. Ed G says, don't like the airflow. 97 buck case on Amazon. I know it's just one of those things that I just won't buy is a case without Type-C, as me being me, trying to give people the best I can. Yeah. It bothers me. Okay, Virtue, what do you mean by do I run a schedule? What do you mean by that? I think you've asked me that before. What does that mean? Ridge Reaper says, just joined. What is GPU? 4070 Ti Super. Looks like they're G900, so that's the name of the case? Okay. GT Beakerman says, not good. You know, it could be okay. We'll find out. Connect these. Man, why don't they just open this up? They don't. Just don't do it. Okay. You get this one too. Yeah, we'll have this. No, let's turn this on. I was like, let's leave the spooky light on. Okay. Which one should I leave on? Maybe that guy. Which one are you? Okay, that's fine right there. And they did leave the switch, the on switch on the power supply, so there is that. Not usually something I would do, but there we go. Oh God, oh God. Wow, that is... All right, flashing lights warning to everybody in chat, okay? They have this thing set to fever dream mode. Oh, jeez. Cooler Master, calm down. That is terrifying. Yeah, I mean, there usually is going to be some kind of setting like how fast do you want your RGB to run? And that's too fast, like the speed of the animation thing. I mean, you do only get one chance to make a first impression, and they went for memorable on theirs. You know, can't fault them for that, really. Holy, I can't do it. Okay, I didn't want to do this. I did not want to use this thing, but this might be the answer. Oh, no. Guys, no, not this. Not like this. And it doesn't, of course, it doesn't control the RAM. There's probably a way to switch this to motherboard controls. We will try to do that, of course. But good Lord. So we're looking at the modes. What is this mode here? Well, see, there we go. That's all you needed to do. I'd have been really happy with that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably gonna install Signal RGB on this thing and see if it picks everything up. Oh, no. No. It's, you know, credit where credit is due. It runs really smoothly. Okay, look. The S minus button slows it down. If it's too slow, it looks a little choppy. But that's better than it was. Credit where credit due is due. Credit where credit is due again. That RGB coverage is nuts. Like, this is really bright. We're just checking out the different modes here. Cooler Master did a really good job of separating sort of the outer ring and the fan hub RGB lighting in their animations. I'm guessing this is their stuff. But they need to chill a little bit. They need to, like, come up with some more chill animations. This is crazy. Can we get this with purple, please? There it is. It's not too bad, I guess. I mean, if you really want to be looking at your computer instead of your monitor. One thing I want to point out, on camera, you do see some hot spots on the sides of these halos, but in person, it's not that obvious. Yeah, the diffusion, I think, is more effective in person. Hypnotoad is life. All glory to Hypnotoad, says Dan. That's great. Holy disco. Bray, is that an arcade machine behind you? Where? No? That's my computer? It's just a vertical monitor. Bringing up, yep, the Purple Haze, Pink Floyd, Club 59. Wow. Time to put on some Jimi Hendrix. Yeah, I did not go for the RGB insanity. That wasn't my favorite thing. I would not send it like that. This is nice. Let me find this in my color here. There we go. That's kind of nice. But I honestly personally prefer just a static color. That's me. I like a static color. That's all I really go for. I'm boring like that. But this isn't too bad. And there are a lot of effects. Good Lord. It's pretty nice too. And that's kind of the Build Redux color right there. So we'll leave it on the Build Redux color. It's throwing in splashes of green. It's really interesting. But of course the RAM is just like, what are we doing? Why are you doing this? Calm down. What about W? That just changes it to white. You have a lock button. They're just blue, green, red. I don't like these. I'm really not enjoying this. So this is auto. This is like the default mode. But we slowed it down a lot. Like this is how... Oh, it's just shifting through the different things. Okay, whatever. Let's just get back to a steady purple. Or that, sure. Okay, this is crazy. This should never be your only option for controlling it. And what we're going to try to do, we're going to try to switch control for it over to the motherboard. Let's go ahead and do that once we get into the system. It's not the most important thing. It's not the big priority or anything. RGB is just RGB, but still, for some people, it's important. So... Oh, did I put... I don't know if I put my benchmarking software on there. We also got to see what the startup process is like. I'll get the lights back on. Just give me a second to move a folder over to this drive real quick. I forgot to do earlier. All right, that's going to take a minute. Excuse me. Have I had myself muted this whole freaking time? Thank you for letting me know, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Jeff's Trains. I did get there eventually. You can hear me now, right? Because it is coming through on the stream. It's showing there. So, okay. So not only were you not seeing anything really cool happen, you couldn't hear me at all. That's great. Good job, me. Anyway, you at least saw what was happening, that I was able to get a pic. It's not the computer. I've got a picture coming through to my portable monitor here. This capture card is usually very annoying, so I'm going to try getting that working. Just give me a second. Bear with me while I do that. Okay, this is getting me having to go back and forth. So the kind of exotic setups that are required in order to make stuff like this happen can lead to difficulties at times. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and try adding another instance of this capture card. I've had to do it plenty of times. Thank you, Asus, for that. The tough, what is it? Tough capture box 4K 30, whatever. It sucks. It is really annoying. But here we go. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oops, it just swallowed me. Like I was being... Oh, there it is! We got it! Okay, cool. Yes, the video signal was abnormal, wasn't it? Okay, there we go. I've returned. Hi. Okay. Now, it says video signal is abnormal. That's just because... it's not getting HDMI. They could have gone the route of just saying no signal, but they wanted to be different, I guess. There it is. Now I just got to get it on the monitor so that I'm not having to look up at the screen the whole time. What would be best for that? There we go. Just hit the water bottle. All right. Ding. Now I want Taco Bell. Okay. The best thing is, the real benefit here is how professional it makes me look. Okay. You gonna help me out here? You gonna work? Is this thing now, is it blurry, really? That's better. There we go. We've reached the part of the stream where I ask for your patience. This is in no way the fault of Build Redux. This is just because I'm required to be able to look at this at a monitor that's working and also capture the screen and stuff. So again, Ed G, thank you for the Ed G, thank you for the $2 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. You like the Ed Normal, glad to hear it. And Jeff's Trains, thank you again for that $5 super chat to let me know that I was muted. Paulo says, had to leave the last 30 minutes. Any bad remarks about the build setting up? No, the only thing about the case I don't like really at this point is the airflow setup. I don't like the fan mounting. It's not great. It blocks a lot of the potential airflow. Okay. If it would show up on the monitor, that'd be super great. It's not doing that, so let's try to plug it into here. I guess I can use my... I kind of need that, don't I? I can't do it. Cannot do it that way. Okay. I can't use this. Unless I move this, like, over here, which I'll do. I'll do it. You watch me. I will do it. In a heartbeat. Okay, let's just do this. The only thing is this is a 1080p monitor. We're trying to do 1440p testing. So that's hardly ideal. Well, now it works. Is it the Pixio monitor messing with me? Okay, why is it flickering? Oh my God, really? It is flickering like crazy. I'm wondering if the problem with the capture card is that so it's meant to capture in 4K, but it also should be able to do 1440p. And I'm wondering if it's going between 4K and 1440p and it's freaking out. Why did my capture disappear? Okay, we got it. It's working. I don't know what I did. It is often that way. That's how it goes sometimes. But it's working. We're good. Okay. Hi, everybody. Paulo, any suggestions for a good 4K monitor? Not my specialty, unfortunately. Check out Monitors Unboxed as a YouTube channel. I had that one and returned it. It's either AverMedia or Elgato for me. Yep. It's just the one that I want from AverMedia, they were supposed to send me, and then they ghosted me. So AverMedia was supposed to send me the new HDMI 2.1, and it did not happen. So it's like, when a company's going to send you something, why would you buy it? Right? So I never bought one, and I've been stuck with this thing ever since. All right, let's get into this. Okay, yes. Yes. Skip. How about no? Let's not do that. Shift F10 brings up the command prompt. And let me see. E. Wait, hello? Wait, no. No, no, no. What happened? No. Shift F10. This keyboard is not keyboarding. I find that highly irregular for a keyboard anyway. Cool. All right. Good thing I got a few of these lying around. All right, what the heck? Okay, there we go. Bypass NRO. Oh, my bad. Wrong slash. Okay, it's going to restart, and now it's not going to require internet. We're not going to have to log in with our account. There you go. Make a local account. That's what you got to do. What's up, Crash? Welcome. Saw your message before. Hope you had a good time at the brewery. It's a mix here. Hue lighting. I keep a sunset orange and several blues. Wait, Dozilla was just strange. Not sure if it's true, but I remember reading blue is very calming color. Makes me feel very comfy. Probably just psychological, but I've painted my home office baby blue in the last 3 houses. Nice. I just want to let you guys know the video signal is abnormal. Oh, hey, should we try to maybe take a look at the BIOS? It's too late once that little spinny wheel comes up. There's a delay when you have the capture card where it'll not always bring it up on time, so you don't have the time to enter your BIOS without just smashing the delete button the whole time. David Chandler, what's up? Weird that Shift F10 worked. It was my fault. Honestly, the keyboard was fine. I needed to click on the command prompt window to be able to type in it. So that was completely me. So I'm going to switch back to that other keyboard. Unless I use this one. I got your, yes, I do. Okay. Let's use this wireless guy.
To set up your device using a screen reader, turn on narrator by pressing Windows plus Control plus Enter. For more accessibility features, press Windows plus U, or select the accessibility icon in the bottom corner.
Keyboard with RGB and stuff, and these are priced really well. And even Hippotech works with these guys. So, yo, Dozilla, thank you for the. Okay, hold on. Thank you to Dozilla for gifting 10 Braithor memberships to the YouTube community. Let's go, nerds. That's a gifted membership for DRWW1, Quinn Martinson, Gabriel, Good Kid, Grey Hat Jen, Hey DeMangalayer, XSV007, Sharpify, Brady Summercell, Owen FTW, and thank you very much, all of you. Welcome to the swarm. Thanks to Dozilla. Oh, they're still going, huh? That was very kind of you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. What was that for? Did have a good time. Thank you, Bray. Hope that stream has been going well for all of you. We just hit some snags here getting this prompt going, but getting the system showing up on the capture, which it is now, as you will see right now. There it is. I was pointing the wrong way. But thank you for that. I appreciate it. I want to say thanks again for the help with PC advice yesterday. Happy to help. That fan looks like a turbo fan in this view. Wait, which view? Oh, the previous view? Ah, flashbang. Sorry about that. Yes, correct country. Keyboard layout, yes. No. I don't have internet. That option shows up when you enter the command that I showed before. So. So this is, let's say, Redux. Let's see. No, really? I can't skip this apparently. So this is, I guess, what you have to do in order to not have to connect your account. Okay, all right, cool. Well, let's just do this. While I'm doing this, we'll do this. Thank you, Northern Lights Custom PC and Service, for gifting an additional 10 memberships to the YouTube channel to some of the community members there. Let's go, nerds! That's a gifted membership for Sean J4321, PB and J, Hey Yo Mikey, Caleb, Agent Nippler, Aoi Faye, John, Blaze 718, Peyton Short, and Roboto. Wait, hold on. Roboto. I hope that's not... Wait, that probably didn't work. Hold on. I know why that didn't work, too. Because it's on the wrong microphone. There we go. There we go. I did it. Just took a second. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're back. Let's go back in. So for the security questions, you know, do your security questions, I guess. That's the price for not hooking up an actual Microsoft account to your Windows account and having a local one. If you want to have a Microsoft account on there, it's fine. They are collecting data and doing all that stuff, but guess what? That happens everywhere all the time anyway. So, yeah. Ed says, Domo arigato. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. But no, that Domo arigato goes to Northern Lights Custom PC and Service. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Now, guys, I want to let you know this might take a few minutes. I should probably set up to where I can sit down. That would be great, actually. Waiting for someone else to do it so we don't interrupt the stream 2 times. That's okay. Yeah, let's consider it. Yeah, it is funny though, David Chandler. Thank you for calling that out about the Shift F10 thing, because I really did just need to click on the command prompt window. But you know, sometimes weird problems happen, and sometimes it's just you done goofed. And we're here. I want to show you guys the things that I always do when I'm first getting this set up. First off, I don't like this. This bothers me, and it's one of the big things about Windows 11. So we're going to go in here. We're going to go to taskbar behaviors. We're going to go to taskbar alignment and go to left. There we go. I also like to automatically hide the taskbar normally. That's how I like to have it. You just go down there and it pops up. But for this purpose, we'll go ahead and have it on there. And then I go up here and I turn off all of these things. No thank you, Copilot. No thank you, task view. No thank you, widgets. Search box, nah. Search icon only. There we go. And then we have a much cleaner little setup here for the start menu. And then we can just go ahead and right-click on the Windows Store and unpin it from the taskbar. We can right-click on Microsoft Edge, unpin that from the taskbar. Look at that! How clean. Now, this is a little, I don't know if the capture shows it very well, but we only have Recycle Bin, GeForce Experience, and Microsoft Edge on the desktop. I don't see any bloatware here, which is credit to Build Redux on that. No bloatware seems to be running in the background, although Windows Security says that they want us to sign in, set up OneDrive, turn on app and browser control. Now that can be fine. It'll help you block potential threats. We can turn that on. But of course it wants you to sign in and everything. And OneDrive is a way to back up your documents and things like that in case of any kind of issue. But yeah, I think we're okay there. But yeah, so that's what that's saying, basically. We do have firewall and network protection on. Device security is on already, so there is that. So, let me grab this guy right here. Really bummed out about the whole front panel missing the USB Type-C connector thing. That really bugs me because that's usually where I plug this guy in. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and do this the other way. I don't like having this hanging off of the side there. Is this a new build? I missed it. Sorry. Check out the title. It's from Build Redux. So you're saying Pebcac? Yep. Well, actually, I'm not sitting down, so unfortunately, it doesn't apply in this case, Dragonstar. For those looking at that, thinking maybe they had they maybe smashed their head on the keyboard to type that out. PEBCAC stands for Problem Exists Between Keyboard and Chair. It's an old IT term for where the cause of an issue might be between the keyboard and the chair. I don't think I have to explain that much more. Okay, let's see. Chrome setup, sure. I just don't want to agree to anything when it comes to Microsoft Edge. As a matter of fact, you can just go ahead and leave right there. Bye-bye. It's a little sad to not show you guys the passive-aggressive way that it like gaslights you whenever you're trying to download Chrome. It's really hilarious and very sad. Why are you not focusing on me? Hello, focus. Are we focused? Okay, good. But as soon as I move back, it's like... I guess it looks okay. Maybe it's because I have a light right in my... It's like gleaming right into my rods and cones right now, but... Oh, yeah, I need to connect to the internet. My bad. Derp. That would help. I need to replace that RJ45 fit connector. It doesn't have... The tab doesn't snap anymore, unfortunately. Okay, let's try that again. This is part of my, every time I set up a PC, I know Firefox, Opera, other browsers are good options. I just tend to use Chrome just because I have been for, well, since it came out, basically. Don't sign. No, thank you. Yeah, we're gonna set that as default. Set default. Great thing about this is that Microsoft has control over this, so they don't automatically, they'll set your HTML and HTML to Chrome, But what about PDFs? Nah, they want you to use Edge. Nope. No, thank you. Anything that says Edge, I'm like, please stop. HTTP, HTTPS are set up, but not these other ones. Okay. All right, so that's just part of my process. Okay, yes, got it. Just let me close you. Jeez, don't start getting like Edge over here, okay? With unclosable windows. That is the worst thing. And we install hardware info 64. This is a more recent more recent download. I just get tired of hearing about updates every time I install it, and it's like, stop. Just get to like, just plateau on the updates a little bit. Get to a point and just stop updating, please. I guess they do need to keep updating, but whatever. Like every time. And let's go to the standard setup because I want to see what we're looking at on our RAM speed. I could go into the BIOS and do that. Every time. No, I don't want beta. Just stop looking for updates, please. Give me a break. Okay, so looking here. Yep, they did enable XMP, or I suppose perhaps Expo. I'd have to look in the BIOS and see what RAM profiles are there. But we're running at 2600 megahertz on the memory frequency, meaning it is 5200. That's why it's DDR5, double data rate. So whatever you see for your clock speed, and that's why it's actually called 5200 mega transfers per second, because it's 2600 megahertz. But for some reason, the industry decides that on all the packaging and all the spec sheets and everything, they put megahertz where it should be MTs. It's really annoying. If you know about it, it's annoying. So now you can join me in being annoyed by that because you know it too. And isn't knowing like so much fun? Because now you can be annoyed just like I am. So it looks like it's DDR5 5200 CL36. And it is a 7800X3D with a 4070 Ti Super. Unfortunate that this 7800X3D is not on its optimal RAM setup, but it's not like it's going to explode because of that. It's just, I like to have the, if AMD says this is the best setup for the RAM here, then if this is the sweet spot, I like to have that. That's what I like to have on there. Wait, what? Hold on. Okay, I thought for a second there were two 2 terabyte drives in here, but that second one is mine. Okay. And sensors. There we go. I am surprised that Build Redux doesn't put in their own like desktop background. You know? It's interesting. Oh, I guess I'm blocking most of that, aren't I? Way to go, dude. Way to go. Let's put that info on the left, and we'll run everything on the right side. Okay, so let's, I don't think we need light shot on here, but R23, I should get Cinebench R24. I really should, and start running everything on that. But it's not like I can go back in time and test like the first PC I got from the first system integrator that worked with me that I sent back to them and test that on R24. Yeah, hello. Can we maybe proceed? Would that be cool with you? There it is. There you go. So let's just do a single run real quick of multi-core. Now the 7800X3D is not a Cinebench champion. It's not really meant for that kind of thing. Cinema 4D is not its forte. But we're doing this and we're watching temperatures right here. But this is just a baseline, all right? Max temperature, it's currently sitting at 83.5 Celsius. And not gonna lie, this PC is pretty loud. Now, noise is, there is a perceptive aspect to noise where certain frequencies will get your attention and really kind of dig into your ear. And there is a high-pitched hum to the way these run. But yeah. La Billy, or LA Billy maybe, said, should we go up from 4090 to 50 series? The 4090 is going to be extremely powerful for a very long time. If you have a 4090, skip the 5090. Ignore it completely. Probably. I don't know. Maybe it's going to, like, not only does it have amazing graphics, but maybe it cooks your dinners too. Like, I don't know what they're coming out with, but yeah. Paulo says, download Chrome, download Steam. But I've already got both of them downloaded, so no need for that. So yeah, this is, I mean, it's an 8-core, 16-thread CPU that beats out a Threadripper 1950X. But, you know, it's just, it's not going to, oh, this is just running. It's running the 10-minute test. So I guess we'll let it do that. But we did reach the max of 85 degrees Celsius pretty quickly, and it is just hanging out there. Let's look at our frequencies. Let me also, yeah, this has been running for just about as long as the test has. It, you know, so no need to reset that really. Looking at the core clocks, 4800 across the board. So one thing that you guys might need to know about the 7800X3D that you might not know is that the 3D cache sitting there on top of that silicon is thermally sensitive. And when you stack things that can run hot, it's even hotter. Thermodynamics does not take a back seat to your gaming. So that AMD had to take some measures in order to allow for the gaming performance you can get from 3D cache chips. And what they did was they saw the thermal limitations and thermally limited the CPU. So you cannot overclock it. One of the claims to fame for Ryzen CPUs was just none of them were really locked for overclocking. Unlike with Intel, where you had K-SKUs and everything else. K-SKUs being the ones that you could, like a 14600K versus a 14400 or something that could not be overclocked, or 14600 non-K, which they do exist, where you just cannot go in and overclock it in the typical sense like you might. But AMD didn't have that limitation until they implemented 3D cache. So this thing, you can set up PBO, Precision Boost Overdrive, and let it do its thing. But we're pretty much hanging out at 4800 megahertz on all 8 cores, except one that's at 4825 for a second. Some of them are going a little above it, but it's also pinned at its thermal limit of 85 degrees Celsius. It's doing the thing. It's just we're not seeing like exceptional cooling here. Ad break. While this is running, I can take a look at chat and actually interact with you guys. That'll be nice. Let me see. Oh, there's an ad break going on Twitch. Crash says, I actually like dad jokes. I'm 25 years old, no kids. That's okay. That means you're preparing for it. ID10T card checkpoint. Mm-hmm. I also like dad jokes, Breaker Man, for sure. I recently found your channel when looking into getting a new PC, still choosing between a Build Redux and Paradox Custom. Just wanted to do some more research on the two. Really glad I hopped in, says Yoltz Ched. Well, Yoltz, I will say this. Currently, with Paradox and comparing just the two, one of them, you're sort of limited on your customization with Build Redux, and also they are still currently installing lower tier storage and RAM, whereas on the other option you have options to have higher end, basically, and different cases and things like that. Now there are two cases on Build Redux, this being the second one, but there are some things about this case that I straight up don't like, unfortunately. Mainly it's the airflow, and it looks like we're maybe experiencing some of that here. There's a lot of blockage for the exhaust and the intake. Okay, all right, so that just happened. Oh, Turdog asked, so how's Redux doing compared to in the past? I will address that in a moment. Because first I have to mention that David Chandler 1 just gifted 10 tier 1 subs in Twitch chat to the Twitch community. Let's go, nerds. That's a tier 1 sub for Tiga, for Goblin Fly 99, Mr. Bob Sponge Tech, Kneehack YT, Lucky Ducky Creations, Warm Eagle, Smellucination 42, Wisconsin Chick, Nike 8, and LA Billy? La Billy? Is it La Billy or LA Billy? Thank you very much. Welcome to the Swarm. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Much appreciated. Thank you. And there's Mr. Bob Sponge Tech. You just you catalyzed a first-time chat, David Chandler. Thank you very much. The secret of my happiness, ignorance is bliss. I feel that. At least in other categories. Whoa, we got a level 3 hype train just from that? Holy crap. Well, that will do it. Thank you for the hype train. And Warm Eagle also dropping a thanks. Now all of you guys have, that are new subscribers, you have the first piece of the Triforce. Oh my goodness. Would you look at that? Thank you very much, David Chandler. Turdog was asking, how's Redux doing compared to in the past? I never got a system from them to review in the past, so I don't know what to say there. But I will say that I would probably recommend, if you're going to get a system from Build Redux, to stick with the TD500, because I'm not a big fan of this case, specifically in terms of airflow. The amount of air I'm getting from the rear exhaust, the amount of airflow I'm feeling from the rear exhaust is much higher than in the top exhaust. Now that's normal when you have a radiator and you're trying to push air through that, but it could also be this filter, which I put back on there because that's how it is shipped out. We can maybe see if removing the filter will help with the CPU temperatures, but we're hanging out. It tries to stay around 85 degrees on 3D VCast chips, and it is pinned pretty much at 85 the whole time. So that is, well, hardly ideal is what I would say. It's not that big. It's actually it's a pretty standard sized case. It's probably because I have a wide angle lens that's causing that. Dragonstar said, so are you going to look at the RGB being controllable on the OS? Yes, I'm going to look into that. Edge actually works decent, but it's just another Chromium browser. It is. And honestly, if it weren't for the way it acts when you're trying to download another browser, I'd probably be more open to using it, but I don't like the way Microsoft tries to control everything. It is their operating system, I know. Yo, Chet, he does a stream 2 times a week. When you fill out a form, he will set you up with the right company for you. This guy knows his stuff. Thank you, Northern Lights. I appreciate that. Also, I do stream 3 times a week, actually, because the third stream on Sundays, it is just on Twitch, but that's the gaming stream. That's where I get to do stuff like retro gaming, things like that. Oh, is this thing gonna stop now? Is this the last one? What are we doing? Why is it still going? This might be the last run, so. Looks like we maxed out at 88 degrees Celsius, which is pretty dang hot for a 7800X 3D. They don't like it to usually be that hot. But we're almost done with this run. I get fingerprints all over that in no time. You think this thing? Try the Lian Li Vision that I unboxed last time. That thing was a fingerprint magnet everywhere. Okay, yeah. So, I mean, after the run was done, it did pull the temperature down pretty quickly, but now we're at about 70 degrees Celsius at idle. 62. It's slowly dropping. It should be able to drop that a little quicker. All right, we're gonna go ahead and pull off this filter. I barely feel any air coming through this thing when I blow on it. Barely anything. This is why I typically will remove filtering over exhaust. And I highly recommend you do the same. And it's pretty much my beef with Height's Y series of cases that they have the filtration built into their panels, because like you can't do that with your exhaust then, which is a little annoying. But that is not what this is. It's not a Height case, though it looks very much like one. That's why I was concerned about the 240mm AIO. Yeah. And that's another thing. You can spec this out with a 360 if you're concerned about that. That option does exist on Build Redux's website. You can totally do that. And that's called brute forcing. And that's one thing that AIOs are pretty good for. If your airflow is suboptimal, going with a larger liquid cooler can help. You have more liquid, which has more thermal capacity, and it definitely helps with also heat spikes as well. One of a small part of the high temps on the AM5 is them trying to meet the Z height of AM4. That is actually one downside of Zen 4, is that of the 7000 series chips, the IHS is very thick. And Der Bauer, I don't know if you watch any of Der Bauer's videos, but Der Bauer actually like thinned that out quite a bit, and it helped temperatures a lot. It was actually like an 8 degrees Celsius difference, which is crazy. I'm a mesh guy all the way. Mesh is underrated. I mean, technically, this does have side intake. It has decent intake. It's just, yeah, the thing about it is this. Let's take a quick look at this case and think about what they're mimicking here. So what you're actually mimicking with this case is in my opinion, is the Height Y40. Now, the Height Y40 is a very cool case, but it's also not very cool. It was a step down in cooling performance from the Y60, and by extension, the Y70. Did not have because they had a PSU shroud, you couldn't have the bottom intake fans like you had in the basement of the Y60 and Y70. You could put fans there, but it wasn't the same, just fresh air intake. So the Y40 is a great case for a mid-tier system to a more budget-oriented system where your parts just don't run as hot. But this is not a mid-range system. This is a pretty high-end system with a 4070 Ti Super and a 7800X 3D. So I am speculating that on my conclusion here. I'm making a prediction on my conclusion here that you could probably be just fine with this case if you go with lower specs than the 7800X 3D and the, or at least if you do get the 700X 3D, get the 360mm radiator, not the 240. And we're going to test the GPU, see how quick it gets to 80 degrees. But the other side of that is if you run with lower specs, basically, it will be easier to cool. If you want a higher spec Build Redux system, I'm probably going to recommend the Cooler Master TD500 mesh. That case performs very well. It was very well reviewed by Gamers Nexus, and they've been building in that case since they opened up Build Redux. So I'm just going to say that this was, in my opinion, probably a miss on the choice for the second case. Just because enemy is also, to be clear, the Y40 I think cools better than this because their mounting brackets for the side intake and for the exhaust are more cleared out. It's better. I just don't think that the way that they copied over the case is really true to the original, which is good actually, because then it's really just straight up copying. But the changes they made, I'm not a big fan of. I'm not. And it's not Build Redux that made this case, but it is Build Redux that chose it. Okay, so I've reset these numbers here. Let's get back into it. And let's see how this thing runs. We were hitting 4,800 megahertz on the, but it is capable of higher. Let's go ahead and start this back up. We got 17,310 points before. You know what? Maybe we should change our scaling. Let's bring the scaling to, no, that's too much. 125. That's going to make those temps easier to read. All right, let's go ahead and let me go here. See, I could have just run a single test, but I'll just run a single test real quick. We'll see what frequencies we get. I have since reset it. Let me do that again. And start it up. Well, would you look at that? Right off the bat, some of these are hanging out at 4825 megahertz, 4825, and now all core 4825 there for a second. So yeah, it's running better with the mesh filtration over the exhaust removed. I'm seeing more cores going over 4800. Now this is at the very beginning of the test. We'll see once we sort of get heat soaked there. And it's not immediately jumping to 85 degrees Celsius. Would you look at that? In that just one test, we never hit 85. And we had max frequencies of 5,050 on every core, but average was, well, it's still changing. Well, yeah, we saw it hang out at 4825 or higher for quite a bit. So I'll put this back on the 10 minutes. Let's see how it goes. It can be hard for me to track things during the live stream, but we have all this recorded for the final video, so that'll be nice. So it's better not to choke your PC then. That is true. A better case for all the components. The case had too much obstruction on the air intakes. The obstruction on the air intakes is ridiculous. I haven't seen anything like that. I'm trying to put a time on that, but I think it's ever. It's bizarre how much obstruction there is on the intake. It's crazy. And I would not be doing anyone any favors, including Build Redux. The whole thing I'm doing here is not just meant to be helpful to you guys. This is also for Build Redux. We're so used to thinking, oh, CPUs, they're just going to hit their max temperature all the time. That's how they run. No, they don't need to do that. So it can be that this was tested thoroughly and they're like, well, the frequencies are okay and this should be fine and it looks really good. I cannot look at the way the fans are being like 60% blocked and be like, that's fine, Build Redux, you did good, I'd say they should reconsider this case and look for a different option. I mean, yes, we maxed out at 84 just now, but this was at over 85 degrees before. It is managing the temperatures better now. Good cooling is not just about performance. It's also about longevity. You want your parts to last a long time. All right, we're creeping up there, but it's not constantly red. And it's better able to recover between runs, it looks like. Yeah. It looks like we've lost an entire degree Celsius by taking that off, and that is that's not insignificant. More of our cores are running at over 4800 megahertz, whereas before it would only allow one to do that. We're getting 4 at a time now, here and there. Yeah, that's 4 at a time, 5 at a time. With a 360, this CPU would be running better. I think it'd be running a lot better. A few degrees cooler at the very least. Fans for the sake of fans is better if they can move air. Very true. With the side mesh removed, also be recommended to take off for better temps. The thing is, that's introducing dust into your system, although as blocked as they are, that's not going to be as much. But yeah, I mean, if you look at the side intake, I'm trying not to disturb this. Even that is not the width of a 120 millimeter fan. Here, I'll take one of these really cool fan grill covers that Ameridan made for me. Check that out. Super cool. As an example, look at how much wider the fan is than the actual mesh, the actual opening. How do you miss that? That's not good. You don't do that. Like, intake... If you have some gap between where the intake fans are and the inlet for air, yeah, it'll create sort of a vacuum thing and it'll pull in fresh air. These are really, really close to that intake though. Not right up on it, but they're pretty close. I don't think that that's enough. Plus, then you have the mesh filter, which we could try removing. Here, let me see. Yeah, it's about 73 millimeters wide. It's a lot less than 120. Alexander's not shipped with mesh over radiator. On mine, they placed under the 011. Jeff, that's what I'm talking about. Trying to remember back to the first PC I reviewed from them. It might have had the mesh on there. But the thing is, like, okay, so we have reached heat soak at this point, and it is at 85. But the max before was, it got there faster, is what I'm saying. Before, it got there a lot faster. If we're editing this, if it's me editing it or Cuddle's editing it, go ahead and see if we can figure out the length of the run. Where it hit the max heat, max temperature. Because to be clear, this is a synthetic benchmark. Synthetic benchmarks are designed to be more work than you would put your own hardware through in day-to-day use. It was actually mentioned before, like, hey, it's a gaming PC. It's not going to be pushing the CPU that much. But if this was running very, very high frame rate 1080p gaming, there are people who are professional esports athletes who will get a system like this, a high-end system, for 1080p, so they can max their frame rate and get the most up-to-date information to their monitors as possible. That CPU is going to be working pretty hard. Heaters G900, rebranded by Build Redux. Sounds about right. I'm disappointed. I am disappointed with it. This wouldn't have passed for me. Just looking at where the fan mounting is and how it looks, it's definitely a red flag for me. Like if I were to be inspecting this case for possibly buying hundreds of them to build PCs into, that would have bothered me. But I mean, it hasn't shut itself off or anything, which of course CPUs these days are set up to where they won't allow for that. Like they'll just keep running, but it's fine, I guess. Just not great. We only have 2 more minutes. I'll let this finish running. Oh, dang it. I wasn't showing the screen when we hit heat soak, but it was with about 3.5 minutes remaining, 4 minutes remaining. Yeah. Yeah, at this point, the cores are staying pinned at 4,800 megahertz. But before, we were getting clusters of 4 or 5 cores that would hit 4825 or a little bit higher. So that is better, and it was doing it for a lot longer. If you have any kind of workload like this on a CPU like the 7800X3D, it's only going to be for short bursts of time. So take the mesh filter off on the top, and it should run okay. Or get the 360, and it'll have more thermal capacity. It can run longer like that. All right, you got it, Ed. Thanks for hanging out. Jeff's Trains. I had one of the first gen Titan X cards, and heat was all that thing knew. Oh boy. Not the best cooling solution on those. Looked amazing though. Are we almost done? Almost done. Next is going to be the GPU, and I'm a little concerned about that because there's no dedicated intake for GPU. It's just kind of like a standard front to back airflow case in that regard. It's just this one fan on the bottom here that's going to be handling that. So we'll see how it does. This case is probably fine with a Ryzen 5 i5 with a mid-range GPU. But yeah, no, that should be fine. All right, G-Code. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know what time it is. What time is it? It is 11:08. We have probably about an hour left. After this, we're going to go ahead and run Furmark to stress the GPU. Basically, it's going to shove power into the GPU as much as it wants and show y'all a fuzzy floating magic donut. And that will stress the GPU beyond mortal means. And we'll see what temperatures we hit. Room for push-pull by the AIO? There is absolutely not. With a large GPU like this, there's no way. Oh, and the AIO actually on the top. I was thinking about the side intake for some reason. Not with the rear fan. If you have the rear fan, there's not going to be room for that because it is just right above it and touching on that rear exhaust fan. Okay. Watching to see how long it takes to cool down. You're not going to hang out at 61 degrees, are you? I mean, average temperature for the CPU die is 48. Okay. All right. Well, we have a bunch of data on this now, so that's good. All right. Let's close this out. And we will get Furmark going. Sure. Give me a desktop shortcut. Why not? And we're running it in 1440p. Let's go ahead and get our GPU info up on the screen. Here, let me close these out. So many. There we go. There's our GPU info. And we can do... yeah. Okay. Reset that. And GPU stress test. Yes, yes, go. Okay. Do not look directly into the fuzzy donut eyeball thing. But, so having the exhaust fans on the radiator set to CPU means that they're not pulling a bunch of air, plus our intake fans have not sped up at all. So we're pretty quickly climbing here to 63. So basically what you have is you have 3 intake fans and 3 exhaust. And taking into consideration the static pressure required, or basically the interference of the radiator, it's a slightly positive pressure setup because it's a little harder for the exhaust fans on the radiator to push the air through. So the intake is doing its thing, but it is not raising, like the fan curve has nothing to do with this. It's got, there aren't any dedicated GPU fans that are monitoring the GPU temperature and increasing airflow whenever there is there's a workload on that. Now, it's different for a GPU because a GPU has cooling built into the unit, right? It's got a cooling solution with its own fans, but you do have to keep that fed with fresh air. We're already at 71 degrees Celsius. Once we creep up to like 78, 79, it's going to start throttling the GPU in order to keep temperatures at bay. 80 degrees is usually, on the overall GPU temperature, is usually where throttling happens. See, I have Soud on. Dumb question. Would a 360 versus a 240 help the GPU at all in terms of temps? And I guess not really. I mean, you have one extra fan for exhaust, but that's not feeding more fresh air to the CPU, to the GPU. I was literally about to buy this exact setup for a week now. Only thing different was i7 14700K and 360 cooling. The review is changing my mind on the case. Yeah, that's a high-end system. Kevin, also one thing I would note, keep in mind, if you're at all interested in upgrading your CPU over time, don't go with 14th gen Intel because that's the end of the line for that socket. The next Intel CPUs coming out are going to be a completely different platform. That being said, the 14700K is a great CPU, but it runs very hot and uses a lot of power. So I would suggest a TD500 case that Build Redux has rather than this one for any really high-end builds, just because I mean, you can look at the way where the fans go and you'll see that it's just blocking a lot of intake. I gotta say, it's actually doing pretty good right now on the GPU. 72 degrees Celsius. It got to that pretty quickly. I typically run this for about the same amount of time that I run Cinebench, but it didn't go as high as I was expecting. I was expecting to be hitting 80 here pretty soon. This is running okay. I want to be clear though, you can get this with a 4090. That will run hotter probably, because there will be no extra cooling for a 4090 in here. It won't be anything like bottom intake fans on a dual chamber case or anything like that. For all intents and purposes, this is just like a front intake top and rear exhaust case like you have with the TD500, except there's a glass panel there and they move the intake fans to the side. It's just like the Y40, the Height Y40. Although the Height Y40 can't fit three 120mm fans on the side, to be clear. Can it? No, I don't think it can. Also, that case requires you to put your GPU in a vertical mount. It's weird knowing that I'm doing so much, pushing so much power through the GPU and the fans just don't speed up at all. But that's pretty standard. It's just weird knowing that, I guess. Yeah, looks like it's stabilized at about 73 to 74 degrees Celsius. I didn't watch the clock speeds, but it maxed out at 2070 megahertz on the GPU clock, and it's hanging out at 1785, and the average is 1785. Like it's at 1800 now, so it might be already trying to mitigate temperatures. Hard to say. Ooh, donut, lol, I'm blind. Now this is where Hypnotoad would come in, I think. DJ King, what's up? How are you? I didn't realize that it was you that said that, but hi. How do people feel about AIO versus air? I keep reading stories from people who had their AIOs fail or leak, and it kind of scares me a bit. Parts fail, things happen, and people who have those things happen will definitely talk about it. But there are many more people that have AIOs that don't do those things. Yeah. With an air cooler, you only have one part that can fail. It's the fan, and the rest is just it's just metal. So you can just replace the fan and you're off to the races. But all-in-one liquid cooling does have a lot of potential, especially for brute forcing cooling when you're in a lower airflow situation. So I think if we had gone with a 360mm all-in-one liquid cooler, this thing would have run better during the testing. And that might have actually made us not as concerned as we should be about the airflow. Air is usually functionally better if space isn't an issue. Air is more failure-proof and safer, but liquid is great in some situations. Best air coolers are about on par with a 240mm AIO. I agree with that last sentiment. I would say when it comes to functionally better, that's it's a difficult claim to make, I would say. It really depends on the context, on the situation, on the build itself. And you have to remember certain things like realities like shipping a PC. Shipping a PC with a big chunky air cooler is more risky than shipping a PC with an all-in-one liquid cooler, where most of the weight of the cooler is mounted to the chassis. With an air cooler, all of that is hanging off of your motherboard. And although putting in something like Instapack can help, it's not the be-all end-all, and you can still have issues. I've had an NHD15. I built a PC for someone in the community at one point, shipped it to them. It was a Fractal Torrent with an NHD15. Awesome combo. And the cooler shifted in shipping, as well as I packed that thing. And boy, I obsessively packed that thing. It still shifted, and they had to remount it. The contact wasn't ideal anymore. And I took my care with mounting it too. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be pinned right here at about 74 degrees Celsius. That's totally fine. I should have paid attention to the clocks and seen if they dropped to see if it's like sort of getting in early to drop temperatures. But I don't think there's anything like a custom VBIOS on here or anything. I don't think it did anything like that. So it's going to behave how it behaves. And this is doing fine. We're getting 277 FPS, 279 FPS at 1440p. And that's good. I did qualify the statement, which depends on situation. True. Okay. You didn't say that, but I said it before. Anyway, I've never had an AIO leak, but it's not great if they fail. True. The Height Y40 can fit 3 120, but it stinks about adding in expansion cards. Can only have half-height cards. There are some good half-height cards out there. Like if you need a good capture card, the Elgato 4K 60 Pro it comes with a half-height bracket. There are plenty of add-in USB cards that are half-height, but they don't offer as much, obviously. It's basically why I don't really recommend it for a content creation machine. Any of the Y series of cases. Alrighty then, we're gonna go ahead and call this fine. It's good. It's running fine. Nothing alarming here. So we can go ahead and move on. Go back out here while I'm doing all that. So for those who are coming in a bit late, I wanted to show you all this. What I essentially have a problem with on this case. So I guess I could have run it without the side mesh, but I wouldn't recommend anybody to run it without this mesh filter on here because your system's going to get really dusty. But this is what I was talking about with the opening on the side panel. Where did I put these things? I also just have a fan. Oh, here we go. Okay. As an example, again, I'm going to use the fan grill that was printed for me by Dan. But if you see the width of this, compare that to the width of an actual 120 millimeter fan. Here, let's go to top-down camera. I actually have to turn it on though, because I turned it off. Oh, this needs to be on too. Or it's going to get no signal. Okay. So this is basically the diameter of a 120 millimeter fan. Look at how much of that is like just inaccessible to air. Look at that. That to me would be immediately unacceptable. Especially if the fans are really close to the intake, because as you move the fans away, there it should be a little easier for it to get air. But also this mesh the porosity on this mesh is pretty low. But it's better than the top mesh, it feels like, unless it's the exact same. That is really weird. Hold on, is this the exact same mesh? It would be, wouldn't it? It appears to be, but this feels like it blocks air more on that top exhaust mesh. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm crazy, whatever. But that's our side intake, right? Go ahead and put that back on there. At least it's a removable filter. Points to them for that. While I've got the top-down camera going, this is also ridiculous. Look at how much the exhaust is blocked. On almost every case, you'll see at least the center of this be open, completely open. And for some reason, they did not do that. It is mostly, it's crazy. This is like 50% blocked. So going back out here, look at how much the fans are blocked on the intake. Ow, dang it. Okay, you can keep spinning now. There you go. With the lights on, it doesn't look as bad because the lights are bleeding around the edges of it, okay? But if I shine a light on it, that might help. But this is just as blocked as the top is. I have never seen this done, or at least maybe it's been a long time. But that is ridiculous blockage. Plus, look how much wider the fans are than the brackets that they mount on. You see all that? You see this edge right here? It goes the same way the other way too. It is like, it's just, you want to have as much opening for the fans as possible. And for this case, they just said, nah. No need. It's all about looks, baby. And that ain't really what I go for. Now, as you saw, it performed okay, but I think that what we're seeing are the products of its shortcomings, where temperatures were not as good as some other PCs we've reviewed. I don't think that Build Redux should be okay with that. This should have been caught. This should have been caught when they were scrutinizing cases to add to their lineup. In my opinion, that's my opinion, though. I can be wrong. Okay, let me zoom into my face here. And hey, look, now it's not showing the microphone, not the keyboard anymore. I really wish we could buy fan grills like those. You need to talk to Meridan about that. Maybe I'll work with him on something. But that's like, you got to run a print farm for quite a bit in order to get something like that going, to where a lot of people could get it. Okay. There we go. Yeah, these did come out really sick though. Like when you have a RGB behind it, when you have light behind it, like it really does show up pretty nicely. Imagine that like with the moving lights or whatever you're gonna do. It's very cool. They are, of course, as they're 3D printed, they feel a bit flimsy, so you would need to be really careful with them. So is Build Redux a pre-built, a custom builder, or a mix of both? Dragonstar, there's not really a distinction between the two when it comes to whether it's a pre-built. If it's not built by the end customer, by the end user, it's pre-built. They do have their pre-made, their pre-spec systems. They're like some default specs. but you can customize some of the features, and they're going to be adding some more. So what bothered me was like you couldn't choose a motherboard, like a chipset. So you might end up with a spec that has like a 12700, like a 14700K, and a B series motherboard. They're adding the ability to choose your motherboard. They've added the ability on Intel to choose between DDR5 and DDR4. They've already done that, actually. The thing is, I want to see them upgrade their DDR5 to a more up-to-date speed, and the same with their storage. Their storage is listed as something that's like 2700 megabytes per second. They sent me one that has 3500, so it's not matching those specs, so it's a little confusing. But still, either way. What I didn't get was I didn't put Afterburner. Well, okay, we'll just run. I'll run Cyberpunk and do some Cyberpunk benchmarking. I'll just do that. Last time it was like, you need to verify your files. I was like, okay, we're not running Cyberpunk on this stream, I guess. So I wasn't able to test it with the last one during the stream. I'll have to test it. I'll have to test it now. I'm not doing bad. Been having a bunch of internet issues. Getting a new modem tomorrow. That will usually help. And that's a huge one. Holy case. Osaurus, man. While Build Redux, I had one gripe about they make you pick a game before being able to spec out a build. It's just the way their configurator works. Let alone they didn't have the game I played. Again, so if you play a certain game, like say you played, you know, what is it, the finals or whatever, and they have Apex Legends. Pick Apex Legends. It's a similar game, I guess. You know, something like that. That's basically what you need to do. Pick the genre that you play, really. Is it launching? Are we sure it's launching? Is this going to be the second stream in a row where Cyberpunk just doesn't work for me? I like running Cyberpunk as a benchmark because it's hard to run, depending on the settings that you use. We good? It just says launching. That's all it's doing is just launching. Are you good, buddy? Come on. I don't know that I'm going to do this, but I mean, sure. That's downloading. That's probably why. Can I like pause that? Hi guys, how's it going? Does it run Alan Wake at 4K ultra settings? I don't know. Also, Paulo, don't run ultra settings. I don't care what setup you have. Ultra settings are a waste of resources. High is usually plenty for most people. The visual difference between high graphical settings and ultra are almost imperceptible to most. But the difference in the demand on your hardware is very noticeable. It's a lot more power, a lot more heat for not much visual benefit. So I just don't run anything at ultra settings unless I'm running benchmarks. We need the bra STL for sale, like the STL file of the, I guess. Well, knowing Dan, he'd probably be like, here you go. So is Build Redux, okay, I already answered that. My order started processing but hasn't shipped. Now I want to beg support to let me switch to the TV500. I don't know what parts you got in it, but if they're not like super high end, it should be fine. Like if you're not running a 14900K and a 4090, you're fine, probably. What the heck is going on here? Oh, now it's saying this. Now it's saying this. Okay. All right. Where was that hiding? Now I just hit exit Steam. Oh my God, are you serious? Okay, cool. Great. That was wonderful. What a great time I had playing that game. Amazing. World of Warcraft for me, so I don't know what to be compared to. It is a whole genre itself. Any MMO that's on the list? Do not make me open up my email and verify anything. Just take the damn... God, come on. You serious? Why do I have to have an account to play a game I bought that's not online? That's the stupidest thing. Yay. I need upgrade to Ultimate. I already bought the game and like the DLC. Shut up. Modern, like the modern gaming landscape sucks, man. The way they just want all your information and then there's gotchas or loot boxes and crap. It's just the worst. Why are you trying to access my firewall, freaking Cyberpunk? Why do I have to give access through my firewall for Cyberpunk 2077, a single-player, not online game? Shouldn't Steam handle all of that? Sorry, you guys asked for a Brayathorn rant for this episode, for this stream, and you got it. There you go. And because I skipped around trying to get through, what is it, freaking Edge to download another browser, I didn't have anything to rant about. Oh, I guess I ranted about Airflow. All right, let's get back over here. What are settings here? So it defaulted to... Okay, so defaulted to ray tracing ultra. Interesting. Unless that's just the settings that I had the last time I ran this benchmark. Because it might not run on the 4090 at ray tracing ultra. DLSS super resolution. Set to auto. Let's set it to balance. There's no radio construction or transit. I think we have to close the game and open it back up. Well, let's try running it back up. Funny enough, we talked about how gaming doesn't use your CPU as much, but those fans are ramping up a lot. Miss going to EB Games and picking up a physical box, having a map to hold. I miss that in modern gaming despite the conveniences. Yeah. Running 107, 108 frames per second at 1440p in Ray Tracing Ultra. Oh, really? Okay, there you go. Got it. Sorry. I got it. Several people said it, but didn't highlight their messages. I didn't quite see it. But Mr. Guillotine and Dozilla, thank you for typing my name so it highlighted the messages and I knew something was going on. Thank you, Asus Capture Card. Again. Northern Lights, already got it. Already got it. We good. Okay, DJ King, old news. Old news now. It's old news. All right. Okay, guys, it was loud. I messed up. I got it. Thank you. I have to read more messages coming in for the next like 10 minutes because YouTube lags behind. But okay, I'll take the L. Minimum FPS was 96, max was 126, average 110 at 1440p, ray tracing ultra. That's good. Let's turn off DLSS, see how that runs. Okay. Braves are trying to make sure that you're still awake. Absolutely. Glad to hear it. Maybe GOG version does not need any of that. That's who I was having to log into with GOG, with my GOG account, Rogers. Like Steam already knows who I am, already does all that, has all that info, but I can't play the game without GOG doing it. Like, that's the thing. That's their thing. It's really frustrating and very dumb. Okay, so here we're getting about 50 FPS with ray tracing ultra. It's okay. It's all good. Northern Lights, I see that. It's okay. With ray tracing ultra, 1440p, like look at those reflections. Looks gorgeous. But we're not hitting 60 FPS. Then again, that's the thing. That's what DLSS is for. It's meant to make up the differences. And from what I saw from the graphics when I wasn't having to scramble to adjust my audio levels here, it looked really, really good with DLSS. And that's one of the strengths of NVIDIA. Hey Bray, off topic, but I decided to upgrade to 4K from 1440 IPS panel, pull trigger on... Okay, cool. Congrats, RuinFX. Very cool. Yeah, so that's below the mark I would be aiming for. I mean, I'd be looking for 60 FPS or higher, but that's not a product of the system. The main thing that we're testing is that everything runs. And run Fidelity FX, I guess, is an option, or even the Intel Xe super sampling. That's interesting that those are options. But yeah, so it ran fine. I would run it with DLSS basically. I mean, that's the thing. If you have it, you're gonna run it. And that, yeah, that ray tracing is really set high. It's very high. Okay. So we're just running a couple benchmarks here. I'll go ahead and exit out of this. What? Change that? No, stop. Oh, I guess I need to apply that because I did set it to that. Did I set it to balance before? I don't know. Okay, but we're getting out of this anyway. Run some Counter-Strike 2. See what frames we get on that, because it does display frames now. Good for them to do that. Looks real nice too. Real for me though. I like my fantasy and... Too real for me. I like my fantasy and lore. A lot of lore in Cyberpunk. I like how I have to go in to exit. Thanks, guys. Yeah, access was granted. Shut up. All right, let's go back into Steam. I wonder what I have to do to get into Counter-Strike, if there's anything there. This is why, guys, when you come to the Sunday streams for gaming, it's going to be retro gaming. I loved some of these new games. Like Cyberpunk had my heart for a very long time. I loved that game. Okay, can we please open up Steam? There it is. Okay, excuse me. I have to do that again, apparently. I did say remember me, so I don't know why I'm logging in again. Cool, we good? It's like I didn't even do any of this. Okay. Back in we go. I wish the console version of Cyberpunk had DLSS. Thought I had a version of it or something, but Fidelity FX, I think? I don't know. Because those consoles are AMD consoles. Okay, that's it. I mean, sure. I've unlocked all achievements. Wow. They worked really hard on those, I think. 1 of 1. Downloads. 3 of 3 items complete. What are you talking about? Just, well, I guess it's from when I cloud saves, things like that. Steam has really been kind of weird about cloud saves and things like that. It's just been really annoying. But what are you going to do? Am I going to have to close out? Oh, is it this? No, it's not. It's just an ad. You guys do see that I launched it, right? It's synchronizing cloud. Cool. This is going super well. Thank you, Steam. Yeah, on console, it's kind of crap in my opinion. I mean, that's the thing, is when it came out, everybody was sort of freaking out about how it was running on console because it was just barely playable. They did make big strides in the game to make it much better. There we go. Don't need that anymore. Don't need this anymore. You need to send in a blood sample and take your SATs. I heard if you answer all C on your SATs, then you get passing score, passing grade. GOG CDPR. We support DRM free. Also later, GOG CDPR. You have to log into a launcher. Yeah. It should. I am running this off of an external drive, but it's an extremely fast one. It's the cloud stuff. Like, I have nothing... I have nothing in regards to any cloud information this thing really needs. I don't have any kind of play... Stop doing that. Oh my god. Alright, I'm going to put this thing on the Wi-Fi. See if that helps matters at all. Cool, I guess that was left running. There's a way around having a log into the launcher for GOG. There shouldn't have to be a way for that. I'm sure there is. But I just bowed to their demands. Like the people's hero that I am. Okay, we got our little antennas on there. I'm going to go ahead and go here so you guys don't watch me log into the Wi-Fi. That'll be good. And we're going to disconnect that. Okay, just like that, cloud status up to date. Interesting. It didn't want to connect through Ethernet. That's interesting. Okay. You've played for 27 hours. Oh, that was because it was... They just took the game CSGO when they moved it over. I really didn't play much CSGO. I was more a 1.6 guy. And Source. Played a lot of Source, too. Another off-topic question. Are the Twitch ad breaks random for each of us? Can you tell if we're on a Twitch ad... I can tell when an ad break is happening. I can't control it, though. It's curious for when you're helping us with our builds by asking us a question, but we can't hear you until the ads are over. Yeah. The only way to avoid ads, pretty much, is to do Twitch Nitro, Turbo, or whatever the hell it is, or subscribe, pretty much. I don't really have control over ads at Twitch. If you don't want to watch any ads, you watch on YouTube, but there's lag over there. I don't care about this. Okay. All right. Wait, I need to go to my settings and make sure that it has telemetry. Always. Always. Okay. Okay. So we're always going to show frame time and FPS. Sweet. All right. Practice. Casual. Dust 2. Oh, all right. Sure. Yep. What are we getting for frame times? 300, around 400 frames per second. Playing standing up is really weird. Like, genuinely. This is really odd. I'm used to sitting down for this kind of stuff. Can we just, like... I died. Y'all are bots. I don't care who wins now. Okay, whatever. YouTube Premium gets rid of them over here. It's basically a must IMO. I mean, I also don't run mid-roll ads during streams. It tells me all the time, now is a great time to run an ad, please. We want money. And I'm like, I'm good, thank you. Something's okay. Yeah, I can disable cloud saves, but I really just connected it to Wi-Fi. It's running fine. Loved 1.6. It was great. Good times back in the day. But yeah, Gargantulicon, it's ads will run for 60 seconds during the stream. You might get into the stream and have to watch like 4 of them. It's crazy, but other than that, I mean, if you subscribe, then you don't see them at all, but I don't like asking for that. So it's just a thing that you can decide to do if you want to. I still need to see if I can switch this to motherboard control for the RGB. I forgot about that. Did we win? Yeah, we did okay, I guess. Sure. Let's go to 8K. Let's not die immediately this time. Also, it's really weird to be sprinting all the time unless you hold down shift. Like, that feels odd. I'm more used to, like, Valorant at this point, though I almost never play that, too, so. Well, that made things worse. I want lower DPS. Okay, whatever. Not DPS. Whatever. Okay. Really? Nobody? Alright, cool. We're getting around 400 frames per second. Pretty much all the time. Where the heck is everybody? Oh, hello. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. There we go. Bye-bye. Easy. It's point and click. They're bots. I'd be freaking murked in a second in playing actual humans, but whatever. Oh, let's drop a smoke too. See what that does to our frame rate. Oh, that's somebody. That's a person. Hey, come back here and die. Thanks. Okay. Oh, I need to drop the smoke. I'll do that now, and then we'll call it for CS2. It's running fine. It's running 400 frames per second. Like, you can't... It's at 1440p. What are my... let me see here. Let's drop this smoke here and see what happens to our FPS. Down to... Lowest I saw was 261. That's amazingly playable. This thing is awesome. 247 actually was the lowest. Would you be cool with 247 as your lowest FPS? I think you'd be fine with that. Okay. All right, exit the main menu. Yes, I want to stop playing. I don't want to play with you guys anymore. And just to be thorough, let's look at our graphic settings real quick. Video is... Advanced video, thank you. Okay, looks like we're at the high preset. Global shutter quality high, model texture detail high, entropic 4x, 4x MSAA. Basically everything's on high. HDR is quality, that we're not running an HDR monitor. And Fidelity FX Super Resolution is disabled. NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency is enabled. Yeah. Interesting that I don't see DLSS here. Interesting. Where's the... No DLSS? All right, cool. That ran amazingly then. Okay. Can I go? Yes. Man. That's better. That would have been great during gaming. Okay. Now, let me see if I can get this thing set to run from the motherboard. Oh, that reset button did work? What the heck? Did it just reset the PC? The reset switch is unplugged. What the heck? And that's weird. But okay. He is a wizard. Wait, I thought Cyberpunk had DLSS. Oh, sorry, Aaron. Yeah, I was playing Counter-Strike 2. 247 FPS? Nah, it's too low. Yeah, toss it out. Throw it away. Oh, have a good night, Northern. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, hello. Okay. So that button will not we will not press that one. What if I hold down the little light button right here? No, that's not working. Okay. What about the little remotes? Do we have something here that I can press to switch over? There's no instruction manual for this, and I think that that's a miss. I think that that should be part of what you get. I have no idea how to switch this to motherboard control. There is an RGB connector connected to the motherboard. I tried holding the little light button up here. That's not apparently the reset button. I tried holding that down for 2 or 3 seconds on most PCs, most cases that have their own lighting control, that also the little hub has a connection that goes to the motherboard. You hold that button for a few seconds and it'll surrender control of the RGB to the motherboard. That didn't work. That button also does nothing. And I tried holding the little gear on this guy, which is right there. Tried holding that little gear button, which is like a settings gear. Nothing happened. I tried clicking it. It just resets the little animation. That's all that does. So I don't know how to do that, and I'm going to have to ask Build Redux what the process is to control that. Probably what I would do is install Signal RGB on this thing, because that's going to pick up the RAM, that's going to pick up all the fans, the CPU thing. But first off, it has to surrender control to the motherboard for that to work. So what I'll do is I'll have that information in the final review video, and I'll share that with you guys on how to do that. Or I'll even show it. I'll show the process. If they don't have it set up to where you can do that, there won't be anything there. And I'll say that they should. They should offer that as a feature. But yeah, I think that's it. Let's talk about conclusions, okay? Now, I do like the way this case looks. I like the way the PC looks. It looks quite nice. The appearances could benefit from some reverse flow fans on the intake. There's only 3 fans there, so it wouldn't be too difficult to do. But the RGB setup is a little bit frustrating. Having to use this, I would lose this in an instant, and I'm sure I'm not alone in that. Basically, I would probably end up putting some Velcro on here or something and putting it on the side of the case so I don't lose it. However, the case manufacturer that made this has some ideas about how air works that I cannot really get behind. I essentially am going to recommend that because I really did like the way that they did the cable management, the build quality, the way everything's put together is quite nice. Build Redux did a fantastic job. But I wouldn't use this case unless you're going with like mid-range or budget components, lower power draw, lower heat output. It did okay, but remember this is a 7800X 3D that are already by its own nature tries not to put out much heat, and it wasn't getting a lot of help with that. The intake setup is really, really not great. We were able to drop a degree Celsius just by removing the top filter, or at least it took longer to reach that that thermal limit. Also, I would run a 360 on if you're using this case. It doesn't matter. Don't get an air cooler. Don't get a 240. Get the 360 millimeter all-in-one liquid cooler, because that will help you brute force the cooling. If you're going with a mid-range or entering into high-end territory, that's what I would recommend. The GPU, surprisingly, the temperatures were okay, but it also is a pretty beefy cooling solution on this 4070 Ti Super. And at around $2,300, overall, the pricing is good on this. There are some configurations you can get from Build Redux that have a 4080 Super at that price, but this has the 2 terabytes of storage. This one has more upgradability because the build I'm talking about had like a 14700 KF and a B series motherboard, so the sacrifice was made in the motherboard and the storage, things like that. Build Redux is adding the option to choose your motherboard. Just remember, as you choose higher end components, the price is going to naturally go up. That's because the parts cost more. Their build quality, again, is very, very good. Cannot fault them for that. I don't like this case choice. I think if they wanted to have a case like this, there are already really reputable ones out there that are that have much better airflow than this, even though they have the side intake. and all this glass, there's already people who are concerned as to whether the airflow is going to be very good. And choking it off like that is just validating their concerns. And that's just unfortunate. Same thing with the exhaust. The exhaust is just like, are you sure you want to get rid of that hot air? Are you sure maybe you don't want to just hold on to it for a while? I can hold on to it for you. I'm built to. I got you. It's not really what I'd recommend. So if you're going to go with a high-end build from Build Redux, we're talking 14900K, 4090, or 7950X 3D, something like that. Go for the TD500 option. This one ain't it. It's just too many compromises made. I'm not happy with it. So looks great. Looks really good. Not sure what to do about the RGB, but if I did find an answer, I'll have shared it in the final reviewed video. So I hope you guys enjoyed it, though. And thanks for watching. Thank you to Build Redux for sending this out. And I hope that, they've been very receptive to my feedback so far. Hopefully they're just as receptive to me saying, I'm not sure that I don't really like the case. Also, don't put that sticker there. Find a different place. This is where things are supposed to look really good. Don't put a sticker inside there, on the back or something, on the bottom. Also, I don't know what's going on with that storage. It doesn't match their specs, but whatever. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, I hope you guys had fun. That was good. We kept it pretty simple at the end there, but I'm tired and I'm hungry and I'm gonna go get some food. But again, big thank you to Build Redux for being open to feedback and for sending me out the system to give a try to. I'll get that B-roll, get some footage of it and everything, and send it right back to you guys. But 280 would probably work, says Nakey Jakey. They don't have it as an option, so 360 it is. Oh, Jeff, come on, really? Seriously? Okay, all right. That's worthy of me saying, Jeff Trains, thank you for the $50 super chat. Let's go, nerds. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's a little too generous there. Thank you, Jeff. I'm still echoey. I don't need to be echoey anymore. But here, I'll throw another one of these in there. There you go. Extra Let's Go nerds for you. Thank you very much. Yeah, they have the 360 Nakey Jakey. Yeah, that's fine. What am I eating? Probably some Whataburger or Taco Bell or something, whatever I can get. We haven't re-upped on groceries just yet. It's been a minute. All right, guys. Thanks so much for hanging out. I appreciate all of you. I hope you enjoyed this. And remember, next Friday is another one of these. We're doing another one next Friday with a different system. This is going to be the pre-built, rebuilt system. And on Sunday, we're doing the Legend of Zelda Link to the Past randomizer, picking up where we left off. I can't wait because I'm addicted to those things now. So if you like retro gaming or if you like me, either way, come hang out. It's a lot of fun on Sundays. Different vibe, but good. All right, guys. Thanks so much. Y'all have a wonderful night. And I'll see you on the next one. Until then, take care. Hold on. It didn't do the thing. Till then, take care.
Let's go, nerds!